afternoon. Welcome to the JustUs Dialogues Symposium, The Road to Equity, sponsored by Johns Hopkins University, Johns Hopkins Health System, the Urban Health Institute, and Johns Hopkins Health System. We also want to thank the National Association for Health Service Executives. My name is Alicia Wilson. I'm Vice President for Economic Development for Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Health System. And I am so excited to welcome all of you today to today's conversation, designed as a component of Johns Hopkins Anchor Strategy. It is our strategy to not just be within our community, but be of our community and to progress with our community. We launched the JustUs Dialogue series as a direct response to the rising social justice movement in the wake of George Floyd's death. Through the JustUs Dialogues, Johns Hopkins seeks to lead and advance critical conversations, meaningful strategies, and a call to action. This series of virtual conversations launched on August 20th and have included 4 extraordinary panels featuring civil rights attorneys, public health scholars, social justice advocates, and policy experts. The panels have included the Fourth Amendment and proposed reforms on the misuse of the Fourth Amendment, use of force, policing, racial profiling, gun violence prevention, and the reallocation of funds to invest in communities. Our second panel was on the topic of protecting our youth, building a supportive framework for safeguarding adolescents, understanding the influence of community and juvenile justice systems, and the need for progressive delinquency prevention policies and keeping youth at the front lines of social justice protests. The third was on the question of why immigration matters and how to restore humanity to the immigration process, how immigration has divided our nation, and how we could adopt different immigration policies to yield a different outcome and protect and honor humanity. Our fourth panel was on decriminalizing mental illness and discussing mental health in the criminal justice system, policing and use of force in response to mental health calls, and reducing the stigma of mental illness and through diagnosing and investing in resources. And now we're going to have an amazing symposium. You'll hear a few words from our co-sponsors, the Johns Hopkins Urban Health Institute. But before that, I just want to say we brought together some of the best minds, the best and brightest over the past few weeks. We've had Derek Hamlin, Lauren Young, Claudia Kubas, Kathleen Page, Dr. Rayshawn Ray, just to name a few. And one of the quotes that I think was most poignant in that symposium was one that Ben Crump said. And he said that we very well know how to recite a part of the preamble to the Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. But do we believe those terms? And if we don't, why do we lie? And so with that, I want to turn it over to an amazing colleague, the leader of the Urban Health Institute, Dr. Lisa Cooper, to bring you warm greetings.
Hello, and welcome to the Johns Hopkins Road to Equity Symposium, Addressing Health Equity and Achieving Restorative Justice. I am Dr. Lisa Cooper, the director of the Johns Hopkins Urban Health Institute, and we are a proud sponsor and collaborator on the JustUs Dialogue series and Road to Equity Symposium. This dialogue series has been a powerful platform to lift up discussions on fundamental matters of social justice reform, health equity, and restorative justice. These dialogues have helped us to get to the heart of the matter regarding the inequities Black people and communities of color face. The Johns Hopkins Urban Health Institute's work is focused on being transformative in Baltimore. And this series, in partnership with Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Medicine, take our work and focus to a national stage. The only way for us to make progress and activate change is to do it together. Thank you for joining us, and please enjoy the discussions today.
My name is Alicia Wilson. I'm Vice President for Economic Development for Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Health System. I'm a lawyer, but more importantly, I'm a community resident, an advocate, someone that has always tried to champion social justice issues in my personal life as well as my professional life. Just feel honored to be at Johns Hopkins and now be able to use this platform to lift up the issues and concerns of individuals that often don't get to the microphone about the issues that plague them.
My name is Audrey Johnson, and I am the Director of Economic Development at Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Health System. Black people and communities of color are not only experiencing health crisis at this moment, we also find ourselves in the middle of a social and economic emergency.
I'm Kathleen Page. I'm faculty in the Division of Infectious Diseases at Hopkins. I co-founded and co-direct Centro Sol. Much of my formative years were in Bolivia, which is one of the poorest countries in the region. I urge everyone to join these conversations. I think one of the most important and valuable feedback that I get is when people tell me, I never knew about this. I had no idea. It's good to hear this point of view.
My name is Dr. Banya Jones. I'm an associate professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, where I study injury prevention. I think the business of the School of Public Health and the public health infrastructure should be all about building strong children. And that's the reason that I'm engaged in this as a person who grew up in this country.
My name is Marissa McKeever, and I am the Director of Government and Community Affairs at Sibley Memorial Hospital, Johns Hopkins Medicine. This series is setting a foundation and charting a roadmap, and we're going to be speaking to models of collective investments that we can make in future initiatives to truly achieve equity and address systemic racism and racial inequality locally, regionally, and nationally.
The road to equity, addressing health equity and achieving restorative justice. We are going to explore today policy systems and environmental strategies for achieving racial equity, justice, and reform. The symposium will feature brief remarks by senior Johns Hopkins leadership and 3 amazing panels, as well as a keynote. I stand between you and an amazing panel on the topic of the path to health equity and social justice. Where should we begin? Where should we invest? Where will we go? The second on restorative justice, repairing harm, finding balance, building hope. And the third, protecting our youth, confronting society's role in the harmonious development of adolescence. And this is a part 2. We will also hear a keynote from Andre Perry from the Brookings Institute. I want to end by just thanking our sponsors again, Johns Hopkins University, Johns Hopkins Medicine, the Urban Health Institute, and want to also thank the National Association of Health Service Executives. With that, I'd like to let us move on to our first panel.
So hi, everyone. I am very excited to be here and absolutely excited to participate in this important event. So my name is Dr. Tanjala Purnell, and I will be the moderator for our first panel. So I am an assistant professor of epidemiology and surgery here at Johns Hopkins University. And I'm also an associate director of the Johns Hopkins Urban Health Institute and the associate director for education and training at the Center for Health Equity. Now it is indeed my pleasure to introduce our dynamic panelists. So first we have Dr. Sasha White, who is an assistant professor of sociology and the history of medicine. And his work examines the social effects of infectious epidemic outbreaks in both historical and contemporary settings, as well as the global mechanisms that produce responses to outbreaks. Next, we have Ms. Keilah Jacques. Ms. Jacques is an instructor of health behavior and society at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. She works with communities, hospital systems, and institutions of education to advance critical consciousness around racism and health equity. And finally, last but not least, we have Dr. Rachel Thornton. Dr. Thornton is an associate professor of pediatrics at Johns Hopkins University and the associate medical director for pediatric managed care in the Office of Johns Hopkins Physicians. Dr. Thornton is also an Associate Director of the Johns Hopkins Urban Health Institute and the Associate Director for Policy at the Center for Health Equity. Now, I implore you to get ready. We are about to have a very educational, informative, and just all around fantastic time. So first, I want to remind the audience that we want to hear from you, and we invite you to type your questions or comments in Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, or Instagram. Or you can also text your questions to 22333 and type JHMI in the message. And so we will be looking out for your questions, and hopefully we will have time to incorporate many of those questions into our discussion today. So first, we're going to start with the history of the issue, right? So how did we get here? We know that we have overarching systemic issues in health and inequities that have long existed in our communities. And we know that racism is deeply rooted in how Black communities have been treated. This did not start in 2020. What our current situation has done is magnified existing disparities and inequities. So let's start by talking about the history of racism and inequities. And so first, I would like to start with you, Dr. White. Can you talk about the history of racism in medicine and healthcare in the US and how this is related to broader structural policies that may have landed us in this position in the first place?
Certainly, and thanks so much, Tanjala, for the warm introduction, and it's really a pleasure to be here. When we think about racism, especially in the context of the United States, racism is foundationally about the differential valuation of human life, and racism is rooted in the ways that our society is shaped and has been shaped. The belief that, in the words of W.E.B. Du Bois, the differences of hair, skin, and bone are justifications for unequal treatment, subjugation, and violence enacted upon those perceived as racially different. And when lives are valued and perceived differently on the basis of race, we come to naturalize beliefs about inferiority, biological difference, how intelligent someone is, how their bodies work, how civilized they are, and the sort of work that they should do. And these assumptions, even as they have been routinely disproven time and time again, can and do filter into the way we practice medicine today. The history of medicine and healthcare in the United States is marked by racial injustice and myriad forms of violence: unequal access to healthcare, segregation of medical facilities, the exclusion of African Americans and other racial minorities from medical education are some of the most obvious examples. These, together with inequalities in housing, employment opportunities, wealth, and social service provision, produce disproportionate health disparities by race. And the health community needs to confront these painful histories of structural violence to develop more effective, anti-racist, and benevolent public health responses to entrenched health inequalities, the COVID-19 pandemic, and as well also all future pandemics. And when we allow for racial and racist assumptions to go unquestioned, and the structures that allow the perpetuation of racist inequalities to go uncontested, we allow them to persist. And it's only when we consider racism and the racial inequality to be persistent and implicit in our norms of practice and the ordering of society, and not the exception, that we can effectively begin to confront these issues on a serious level.
Excellent. And so, Dr. Thornton, I know that a lot of your work has focused not only on racial injustice within the healthcare setting, but also thinking more broadly about some of the social determinants of health. We often hear a very strong focus on what happens just within the healthcare context. But can you talk to us and give us a broader introduction to how racial injustices in healthcare are also closely linked to social determinants of health in terms of thinking about structural racism and many of the factors that Dr. White just highlighted?
Well, thank you again, Dr. Purnell, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be on this esteemed panel. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I think about this in a couple of ways. So I am a practicing general pediatrician, which means that a big part of my clinical work is actually anticipating and optimizing the health trajectory of people from the earliest days of their life. And I think that there is an inherent understanding that as a general rule, childhood is a healthy time for most people, where the burden of physiologic, biologic disease, in general, is less than what accumulates over a person's life from experiences, exposures, and potentially behaviors. This is not to say that severe diseases don't affect children; they do, but just on a population level, we think of childhood as a time of life where we have a lot of opportunities to optimize a person's future health potential, their productivity to society. And the way this connects to health for me is that there is an inherent understanding among people who study and treat children in healthcare settings, and people across a variety of domains, including education and other places, who understand this potential and our responsibility to steward this potential. And yet we also know that there are exposures that happen early in a person's life that can fundamentally alter the course of that trajectory over time, that can have biological impacts on their bodies. And I think the most quintessential recent example where there is scientific consensus that is important for us to understand is a study published in 2019 by the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine in response to a request from Congress to study the best ways to reduce child poverty in the United States by half. And in that study, there was consensus among scientific experts across a variety of disciplines that poverty itself causes poor health. And I think if we couple that with studies in the healthcare context, in my mind, the quintessential study, also from the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, dating back to 2003, when it was the Institute of Medicine, is the Unequal Treatment Report, which also identified that people of the same socioeconomic status or with the same types of health insurance who are Black or Brown are more likely to have limited access to care or substandard health outcomes from their interactions with healthcare. So I bring up those two examples as an important examples for us to interrogate the intersecting sources of risk that accumulate, particularly for people of color. It is not poverty alone. It is a combination of deprivation and a series of other types of exposures, and many of the things that Professor White alluded to that accumulate over life and produce poor health. So this means we're talking, if we really want to combat and optimize and achieve health equity, optimal health for everyone, we have to take a coordinated approach to social policy, to the way we practice medicine, to education policy, so that we optimize from the very beginnings of a child's days here on Earth in our country, their ability to be healthy so that they can be healthy adults. And it continues and compounds over the course of a person's life. But I think that thinking about it from this perspective of potential and potential squandered is really important for us to wrap our heads around.
Absolutely. And, you brought up many very important points, thinking about the life course of, a person's entire lived experience and how that could impact literally generations of people. So Keilah, let's think about, how the context of the historical aspect really helps to land us where we are now. We know in particular that, for example, Black people are often judged as being mistrustful or distrustful of systems. And, we often hear a lot of context around, well, we should go out and get communities to just trust their doctors or hospitals. But what are your thoughts about what is needed to actually earn trust, to actually become trustworthy? So in terms of thinking about the things that, Black people or other communities who have been historically disadvantaged in this country, let's think about what would be needed to increase the trust among these communities.
I appreciate the opportunity to join this amazing panel and this question. I look to the words of James Baldwin, who says it must be remarkably challenging to look at a system and realize that it was never designed for you because of the color of your skin. And so as we're thinking about mistrust and earning trust, we have to acknowledge that we have quantifiable history that indicates over generation, this proclivity towards dominance and subordinance has taught that there is little trust to be given, little trust to be gained when you are considered property, 3/5 of a person, as the beginning of your journey into existence in a country's story. And you move from that to building an economy on your back. And once given the title of freedom, not given full citizenship under the law. You move forward in time through policies, practices, and procedures, and we see that there's intentional reduction in access to opportunity, from home ownership to quality education and disinvestment in communities. And again, we are able to quantify the ways that trust has been lost because of the intentional engagement with racism and the intentional reduction of human existence, again, over generations. And so when we're thinking about how do we earn that back, when folks are saying, well, those weren't my actions, and I wasn't even alive when those things took place, we have to begin with the acknowledgement that there is privilege associated with that quantifiable history, that there is still access at higher levels for non-BIPOC folks. And we have to then start to center, how do we recenter our approaches to various types of public-private services and supports that include those stories and listen to those stories. And at the point in which, over time, because it took time to lose the trust, over time, we've centered those stories, we've centered those lived experiences, and we've even made steps to provide additional supports and services and inclusionary actions, then there's a space to be considered trustworthy, because the actions and the behaviors and the words have now aligned in ways that the actions, behaviors, and the words brought us to a misalignment through the course of history.
Absolutely. And, that really takes us to where we are right now. So, we've talked about the fact that many of these same communities, for example, Black communities, Latinx communities, even in our current pandemic, even when we have, similar access to healthcare, we still see a noticeable disparity in many situations in terms of health outcomes. And so thinking about, again, our current situation, since we are already sort of in that mindset, Dr. White, how do some of these policies and systems and environmental factors play a role in what we are seeing right now? Why do we still see disparate outcomes in healthcare, health, all of the above? But then also, we can sort of tie that into the what do we need to do about it? How can we activate the community, and who should be the key stakeholders? And this is, going to be a question for all of our panelists. Where are we now? What should we do about it, right? We are about solutions. And so we'll start with you, Dr. White.
Well, I think we have to confront, as we've all spoken about, the fact that, racism is bad fundamentally for your health, and racism kills. This is a critical conceptual point to understand, and it's necessary to understand when we think about histories of segregation, histories of redlining and dispossession in the United States. These have structured how Black Americans, how minority Americans have access to care, where their hospitals are, the quality of resources in those spaces, but also it structures the ways in which Black populations have been looked at as recipients of healthcare. Far too often, the history of medicine in the United States has viewed Black populations and Black bodies as experimental material necessary for producing knowledge for the purposes of more effectively treating elite or white populations. We've seen that in the history of gynecology. We've seen that in the Tuskegee syphilis studies, and we've even seen that more recently. So I think, when we have to confront the question of mistrust, we have to recognize that history of mistrust to some extent is well-founded. And I think a fundamental element of this is the ways in which we need to resituate the conversation foundationally within not only minority communities, but also within the health community, to challenge systems of authority and power that have historically dispossessed non-white populations and Black populations in particular. And what I suggest is, there are ways in which we can look to the histories of community health activities by the Black Panthers and others that sought to produce equitable health outcomes and equitable health relationships between doctors and patients that we can draw from. Alexandre Nelson has written about this extensively, looking at the ways in which doctors have seen relationships with patients exactly as an equal relationship where each party is invested in one another's health and actions. And I think that this turn towards intentionally empathetic care is really critical as the first starting point in any clinical anti-racist engagement.
Absolutely. And so, Keilah, and I preface this by saying that you prefer that I address you as Keilah, so that the audience knows I am not being disrespectful towards you. You do a lot of work in terms of raising the consciousness around not just, saying I'm not racist, but actively being anti-racist, actively being an ally, and actively promoting social justice. So what works? How do you get people motivated, activated? What investments are needed to get actual community members and other key stakeholders involved in tackling many of these issues?
So thank you so much, Dr. Purnell. And you're correct, Keilah, it's fine. The road to building trust, the road to centering relationship, I think has to begin with listening. And conversations such as these will help raise the awareness, the critical consciousness of what historically Black people in this country have lived with. This is an inheritance of life, right? So we've acquired the history and the skills and the knowledge of the challenges to being Black in our communities, and being on the other side of the conversation to share that expertise and have that expertise honored is really a way to activate change, because at the point in which you're listening, then you have some choice points around how will you show up in the world differently? How will you actively involve yourself in centering the lived experience and centering equity and the ways that you navigate your work, navigate your research, navigate the resources that you provide to community in your service and practice. And from there, we have the opportunity, if we're thinking about micro, meso, and macro level, to think about how do I, again, engage with my privilege and really bring that privilege to bear for a future that includes all of us, a liberatory consciousness, a future that centers the well-being of the collective. That mindset of personal analysis and listening brought into practice and in relationship building and relationship management should push up into our ideologies, our ideas and beliefs. And we start to see, I use this language a lot, in policy, practice, and procedure, we should start to see shifts, right? Because institutions are made of individuals and structures are upheld by the practices, policies, and procedures that those individuals are engaged in. So in the ways that we can listen deeply, do our self-analysis, use our privilege and our power to recenter on the margins, and then shift policies, practices, and procedures that indicate that we are invested in the liberation of all, especially those most marginalized, especially those excluded, especially those who have over time helped build what we know as a body of knowledge without ever being credited. Then we will start to see shifts in health outcomes.
Absolutely. At this point, I want to again remind the audience to text us or type your questions or comments, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, or to again text your questions to 22333 and type JHMI in the message. Dr. Thornton, let's be real, right? The changes that we need are structural changes. We need fundamental changes at every single level, and that requires real investment, i.e. money, i.e. funding, i.e. policies. Tell us about what your thoughts are in terms of the types of policies, the types of investments that are truly needed to really, so we want to get, community members and other stakeholders activated and motivated, but how can we get the investments that these communities deserve to truly push the agenda?
Right. So just building on Keilah's point that institutions are made up of individuals, institutions also take on a life of their own that propagates and has the potential to perpetuate as a system of norms that people become accustomed to within a system, to the point where they're almost invisible, so that we no longer see or understand the invisible purpose of that system. It's just so ingrained in how the system works. My example on this is a sort of a shout out to Professor White and another one of his colleagues, Professor Green. And just an FYI to every person who's listening to this webinar, be forewarned, you are now equipped with a level of information about the history of racism in medicine that many currently practicing physicians never learned during the course of their formation into physicians. That's a problem. It's a fundamental problem when we don't understand and reckon with, the myriad challenges in the history of the formation of a profession. It's not an indictment of doctors. It is not an indictment or a questioning of their motivations for becoming doctors. I know that far and beyond, this is a calling. It is a call to service in the interest of others. And at the same time, that formation happens on a backdrop that people aren't always aware of. And I can credit the students of Johns Hopkins that I've taught over the years in really giving voice to the fact that they're hungry for more truth-telling in that history, for more open dialogue, for more opportunities to help shape the re-education of many of their professors in how they talk about race and how they talk about patients' behaviors, frankly, and the things and genetics and the things that shape a person's health over their life. So that's one structural kind of change, is really helping us understand, reckon with, and incorporate a more informed perspective among the practitioners in medicine. That's the sort of 10% of health outcomes that are really dependent on getting the right care in the right place at the right time, and the right decisions and the right diagnoses being made when you present. There are a bunch more nuanced elements to that in terms of all of the gobbledygook that goes into how the numbers and the lab results that go into how we make decisions about who gets what treatment. And I implore the scientific and medical community to do some deep soul searching into how those things are structured and what assumptions we are tying to some, physical understanding of a person's race into how we make those decisions. From the standpoint of money, it's about who's got access to the resources from the top of an organization. And I credit our host and the person whose brainchild this whole series is, Alicia Wilson, with using that platform to really help reshape a conversation that includes everyone and allows us as an organization to think deeper and dig deeper. And then we have to turn that into actions. We have to turn that into constant introspection. In medicine, we do this through measurement, through understanding who's getting what care when, whether it's appropriate care, whether it's timely care. And we need to do that with a breakdown in looking specifically at how marginalized populations in our system are being treated with respect to those entering our system with privilege. We have to break down structures that mean that people with different economic means or different sources of insurance have access to different kinds of care. And we have to call the question anytime we hear something that sounds like a misperception about a person and what they're capable of as part of our decision-making process. And I think you could apply that in education. You could apply that in policing and criminal justice. You could apply that in how we decide who gets to rent which apartment. I mean, it sort of transcends the profession, but I want to speak to it from the place where I'm situated. So hopefully people can translate that into the work they can do within their organizations and their sectors. And then we have to proactively ask what investments we need to make to undo the centuries of intentional or passively persistent harm to certain subjugated groups.
Absolutely. And, you touched on a lot of really important points, in particular, not just investments in changing the dynamics of how medicine is practiced, but also absolutely addressing many of those, quote, social determinants of health. So Dr. White, what else is missing? Are there additional policies that we need to think about, in terms of the judicial system, housing, anything else outside of the context of healthcare? And again, another shout out to Alicia Wilson, and because I know that she has been doing a lot of the work out in the community, even thinking about, some of these things, for example, criminal reform. And so, Dr. White, what else is needed? What can we, all of us who are listening, how can we be activated and motivated to help bring about real investments and real changes?
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Purnell, for the question. And I want to kind of jump on also what Dr. Thornton was saying, because I think from a policy perspective, certainly I think a more universal healthcare system is necessary, and we need to advocate for. I think we need to recognize that health is a human right. Foundationally, it is a civil right that should be conferred to everyone in the United States. And so many of the issues that we see today are also a result of our healthcare system and the inequities that it continues to produce. In criminal justice reform and also in prison reform, we need to take a very hard look at the ways in which our prisons are structured and the ways our incarcerated populations are treated foundationally produces health issues and health risks that are very severe, and produces in many ways epidemics within prisons that range far beyond just COVID-19. And I think this is also both a racial and deeply gendered intersectional question in terms of the work, the ways in which pregnant women are treated in prisons and jails, as well as women's health is treated in prisons and jails more broadly. And I'll shout out to Dr. Carolyn Suffren, who's done a lot of work on this, who's also at Johns Hopkins. But I think foundationally also on just to piggyback on what Dr. Thornton was saying, when we look at medicine socially, and when we kind of explore and build upon aspects of social medicine, when we think about treating patients and we think about confronting the racist assumptions that we might carry with us, I want to advocate that doctors look at the patient experience as not just what, the person who enters the clinical space or a hospital waiting room, but rather all of the social dimensions that may have made it difficult for them to get there and subsequently have made it difficult for them to seek care, and has also been in many ways the cause of the various ailments that they may have. And we far too readily reintroduce bias in healthcare around, for instance, as an example, has been recently talked about, differential perspectives on pain tolerance, especially in Black women versus white women, that has its roots in a long history of racist medical experimentation and a host of other areas. So we need to, when we look at social medicine, when we look at the social determinants of health, we come to recognize a fuller range of the experiences of humans and especially marginalized communities, and we can address them more actively. So with that view in mind, I think we also need to address policies in public health, in access to water, in access to clean air and housing that are also critical. And we need to recognize that these produce health inequalities in and of themselves. And we need to recognize healthcare and the conversation around healthcare as being that which encompasses where we live, how we live, who we're living with, why, and treat our populations as dynamic and complex in the ways that will produce better health outcomes.
And I know we have to move
Absolutely.
on, Dr. Purnell, but I was just going to chime in with one additional thing, which is when it comes to poverty reduction, there is a roadmap of policies that exist in the United States. They're just underinvested in. And if you look at what is proposed in the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine report to reduce child poverty by half, frankly, I think we should eliminate child poverty, but hey, start somewhere. We could do that by investing in existing infrastructure through benefits to support nutrition, like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program to families, by benefits to working parents to allow them to afford access to high quality childcare for their children, by providing families and working parents with tax credits that help them who are in the low income end of the spectrum, that help them afford the basic necessities for their children. And I think housing is another fundamental one, making it affordable and accessible in safe environments. So it's not as if we don't have policies that could be brought, to a larger scale to help with some of these issues. And granted, they are designed to address poverty, but recognizing these intersections, I think many of them, as I've written about with Dr. David Williams from Harvard, have the potential to have disproportionate restorative positive impacts on those communities that have been systematically denied equal access to economic opportunity. So just want to throw that plug in there before we.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rachel. And we will plan to, I believe, provide some of these resources to our audience members after the panel. So we, believe it or not, we are at the end of our session. So, we want each of you to have an opportunity to give, I guess we have roughly 90 seconds each to think about what your final words are to the audience members, the general audience. What should they be doing? What is their call to action? Let's remind everyone, the name of this panel was The Path to Health Equity and Social Justice. Where should we begin? Where should we invest? Where should we go? So we've talked about, how we got here. We've talked about investment. And now where should we go? So all of us are charged with making a difference. As Dr. Thornton said, now that you have a responsibility. We each have a responsibility to make this world a better place. And so we're going to start with you, Keilah, then Dr. White, and then closing us out will be Dr. Thornton. So your final 90-second charge to the audience.
My final charge to the audience is, in the spaces where you occupy, commit yourself to a critical reflection, commit yourself to acts of liberation. If you're inside of institutions of education, get used to the discomfort of naming racism. Get used to centering at the margins. If you're inside of communities, get comfortable with sharing your stories. Get proximal to the levers of power and disrupting them so that your story can be central as we start to develop a future that includes all of us. If you're a practitioner, I implore you to take on all of these elements and consider the ways that you can use your practice as a form of justice.
Awesome. Dr. White.
Thanks so much, Dr. Purnell. I think the critical element that I want my students and I want everyone to take away from this today is really that health and the concept of health is much more than just what happens in a hospital room, and it's much more than just what happens with the transmission of germs and pathogens during an epidemic. It's about the conditions in which we live. It's about the histories and inequalities that we've embodied. And it's about the histories of racism upon which not only American medicine, but also the United States in many ways has built and profited from. And we need to recognize foundationally, and this is critical to any anti-racist practice, how norms of racism have been reproduced all too often. Assumptions of racial difference come to be reincorporated in practice and thinking about health, and to recognize and think about health in a much more holistic, complicated, and social way.
Awesome. And Dr. Thornton, your final words.
Well, apart from ditto, ditto, ditto to my co-panelists, I would say to everyone who has at their disposal a resource to invest, think carefully about how your actions in investing that resource can further us towards justice, towards equity, and that can magnify and multiply the power of your own values in seeking justice and pursuing a more equitable future in health and in opportunity for every that benefits every element within our society. And I would be remiss if I didn't also say there is no way for us to invest in our future, in our children, without appreciating, supporting, and investing in the adults, the parents who spend every waking minute making their lives the best they possibly can. And we need to look at those parents with love and appreciation for all that they do and all the sacrifices they make in the interest of their children. And we need to support their ability to continue to do that for their children. It's not acceptable to say we'll invest in the next generation and write off the parents whose every minute is about making those children's lives the best they can.
Awesome. So I want to thank a fantastic group of experts who have given us words of wisdom, words of encouragement, and a charge to do better. You know, the summary of today's panel is that we are here by design. We are here because of intentional policies and intentional actions that got us here. And we all have a responsibility to be intentional in dismantling racist policies, dismantling racist actions, and actively promoting health equity so that we can all live in a better world. Is that the essence of what you all said today? All right, I got 3 nods from our panelists. And again, I want to thank our sponsors of this event. And I think that we are done. So thank you for listening to us. We hope that you enjoyed our first panel, and we all look forward to the rest of our dynamic program on today. Thank you very much. Okay, and so for our audience, we want to leave you with a couple of polling questions. So again, thank you for joining us. And before we break, we want to ask you to complete a brief poll. So there are 2 questions we'd like to ask. The first one, what was something you learned or can take away from this panel? And the second question is, what is one thing this experience is inspiring you to do? And so as a reminder, please type your responses to 22333 and type JHMI in the message. And so again, please take a moment to respond to these questions as we take a 10-minute break, and we will resume for our next panel at 2 p.m., where we will be discussing restorative justice. And so as a reminder, again, these are our questions. So the first question, what was something you learned or can take away from this panel? And our second question is, what is one thing this experience is inspiring you to do? So again, as a reminder, please type your responses to 22333 and type JHMI in the message.
Yeah, so I think what has to happen when it comes to defund the police, and I've written about this, is we need to take a evidence-based, market-driven approach. For each location, what needs to happen is you need to look at calls for service. You need to look at use of force, particularly based on whether or not a person in this case has a mental health condition or not. And then you need to look at the violent crime clearance rates. And oftentimes what it'll show when it comes to people with a mental health condition or mental illness is that they are less likely to be attacking, they are less likely to have a lethal weapon, and they are more likely to have family members or friends being called as part of what we were talking about. That scenario does not suggest force, does not suggest violence, does not suggest a weapon should be drawn, does not suggest that a person should be arrested and incarcerated. It suggests that we should take an approach to create empathy with people who are experiencing that. And we need people who are trained on the health side of things rather than the law and order side of things. So when you take that market-driven approach, you can figure out what percentage of calls for service come in that comes in from family members about someone having some sort of mental health episode. Based on that percentage, then all of a sudden you take those number of calls and the amount of money associated with those calls and you reallocate it to mental health services.
Welcome back to the JustUs Dialogues Road to Equity Symposium. We are now transitioning into our second panel of the day, where we will be discussing restorative justice, repairing harm, finding balance, and building hope. We have three panelists today. One more panelist will be joining us momentarily. My name is Marissa McKeever. I'm the Director of Government and Community Affairs at Sibley Memorial Hospital, Johns Hopkins Medicine. Thank you all for joining us today. I know this is going to be a provocative and intellectually stimulating conversation. What we hope to accomplish today is for you all to walk away with a set of strategies that will really advance our collective vision on racial equity and social justice. Our panelists are going to address policies and systems, and they will leave you with recommendations on how we can move beyond conversation and into action and outcomes. So thank you to our esteemed panelists for joining us today. I am going to introduce each of our panelists one by one. I'll start with Dr. Hari Hahn. Hari is the inaugural director of the SNF Agora Institute, a professor of political science, and faculty director of the P3 Research Lab at Johns Hopkins University. She specializes in the study of organizing, movements, civic engagement, and democracy. Her newest book will be published this fall 2020. It is entitled Prisms of the People, Power and Organizing in 21st Century America. Thank you, Hari, for joining us. Our second panelist is Dr. Nita Mosby Tyler. She is the chief catalyst and founder of the Equity Project, an organization designed to support organizations and communities in building diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies. Nita is nationally recognized for her equity work with nonprofit, community, government, and for-profit organizations. In her work, Nita specializes in the development and delivery of leadership, equity, diversity, cultural responsiveness, and inclusiveness training, programs, and strategies. So thank you to our panelists. Again, we'll have one more panelist, Wes Moore. He's joining shortly. I'll provide an introduction as soon as he joins. In the meantime, audience, please know we are streaming live right now on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. Please feel free to engage with us, drop your comments, drop your questions in there. You can also text your questions to us. Text 22333 and type JHMI in the message. Again, the number is 22333 and type JHMI in the message. So we'll go ahead and get started. And as Wes Moore joins, we'll bring him live into the conversation with us. Actually, he is here now, so we're ready to introduce him. Thank you, Wes, for joining. I know we had some technical difficulties, but it's good to see you here. Thank you.
It is so good to see you. I am so excited to be here. I just wish I didn't pick the day to have Wi-Fi issues, but I'm so happy to see you. So thank you.
That is the beauty of this virtual world. You never know what's going to happen. But it's good to see you here. I just introduced your co-panelists, Nita, and Hari, and I'll introduce you now, Wes, and then we'll just get started.
Right.
Wes Moore is the CEO of Robin Hood, one of the largest anti-poverty forces in the nation. Wes is a best-selling author, a combat veteran, and a social entrepreneur. His first book, The Other Wes Moore, was a New York Times bestseller, and it captured the nation's attention on the fine line between success and failure in our communities and in ourselves. That story has been optioned by executive producer Oprah Winfrey and HBO to be made into a movie. So thank you all for joining us. We're going to hop right into our first question here. I really want you all to help set the stage for today's conversation and really speak to what is restorative justice. It's a nebulous concept, and we need some clarity on what this means. So Wes, maybe I'll start with you, and then we can go to Hari, and then we can go to Nita. Can you define restorative justice for our viewers and set a framework for today's conversation, and in your own words, articulate the history behind restorative justice and how it has evolved over the years?
Yeah, well, so first I got to tell you, it is an absolute honor to be with all of you today, to be especially with this panel of people who I just respect and admire so deeply, and just thank you for including me in this conversation. And I think about this idea of restorative justice, where even when you break down the terminology of what it means, right? This idea of you have to restore a sense of justice. But the reality is oftentimes when we're talking about restorative justice, the elements of justice have actually been absent since inception. And so I think that the concept of restorative justice actually there has to be a context behind exactly what it is that we mean. When I think about restorative justice, even in the context of how we're thinking about, kind of the climate of where we are right now, the thing that I think that we have seen and what this moment has really honestly laid bare, it's not just the impact of COVID-19. It's not just the impact of the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. It's where people were before COVID-19. And this is not just about an exacerbation, it's an exposure. It's an exposure about the fact that we still had over 40% of people in this country who could not afford a $400 shot with cash. It's an exposure on the fact that if you take a look at just New York City alone, that half of New Yorkers lived in poverty for at least a year over the past 4 years. Not half of a borough, not half of a demographic, half of the city lived in poverty for at least a year over the past 4 years. And so restorative justice actually comes from a frame, is that for many people, we're talking about an absence of a measure of justice, and justice of a whole variety of different forms. We're talking not just criminal justice, but it's economic justice, it's health justice, it's environmental justice. All these forms of justice that have really been really exposed and laid bare for all of us. And part of the reason that I am so, again, just grateful for this element and for this conversation is the ability to call out those measures of disparities as they are and as we see them. The fact that we can talk about these issues without understanding the issues of racial injustice that exist, the fact that race is the most reliable predictor of life outcomes, that we have, everything from wealth and income to educational attainments to maternal mortality. Looking at the fact that we can look at these elements without understanding all these other roles that sexism and racism and xenophobia, et cetera, play into life outcomes and how they show themselves. So I guess in sum, when we're talking about restorative justice, it first means being honest about the fact that for populations that we're talking about, oftentimes justice has been the thing that has been absent throughout. And it means being just as deliberate to be able to establish a framework of justice as we almost oftentimes societally have been in creating these frames of exclusion and separation.
Hari?
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to also just say how grateful I am to be a part of this conversation, and how delighted I am to have the opportunity to be in conversation with Wes and Nita and Marissa. It's such a privilege to be part of this. So thank you for inviting me. I would echo everything that Wes laid out for us, and maybe just add a couple things that I think are unique about restorative justice as a pathway for thinking about how the pathway forward, right? So first, as Wes points out, is that it starts with this idea that there is an absence of justice.
And in order to find or bring us to a point where we can discover justice, that it's about creating encounters and settings through which we can begin to repair the harm. And I think that's one thing that's really important about restorative justice that's different from other approaches, that it's not just about punishment. It's not just about finding legal redress, but instead it's about how do we create a process and a setting through which we can aspire towards transformation, right? And so if we live in a world right now where there is no justice, in order to get us to a place where we have it, we need something that's radically different from what we have. And I think restorative justice is a process through which we can begin that work together by bringing both victims and offenders into relationship with each other, but doing it, as Wes points out, in a way that has a lot of intentionality around it, right? That sort of really creates the kind of conditions that make it more likely that we'll be able to aspire towards the transformation that we want. The other thing that I will say is that, restorative justice has been implemented in places like, or aspects of it have been implemented in places like South Africa, with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions and so on that emerged after apartheid. And to me, one of the things that's important about that is that it's a way of linking the experiences that each of us have to broader systemic change. Right. So sometimes when we think about creating justice, we of course can point to all these important systemic changes and policy changes that need to happen. But the durability of those changes depends on the extent to which people experience a transformation in their own lived experience. And restorative justice is a process through which we can begin to create settings where people can encounter each other, can enter into that conversation of repairing harm, but that conversation is linked to a broader set of systemic changes. And I think those linkages are fundamental to both the kind of world that we want to imagine, but also the processes that we need to make it possible.
Thank you, Wes and Hari. Nita?
Yes, gratitude abounds. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I'll just add a little bit to Wes's and Hari's philosophy about restorative justice. And I'll just be really frank with you. The word restorative, root restore, triggers me a bit. Triggers me in the same way that Make America Great Again triggers me. It assumes that somewhere in the past was the ideal situation and we're simply restoring it or taking it back. So I want to be really honest about what restorative insinuates to me. Restorative justice insinuates that there used to be justice and we're restoring it to its earlier place. I would argue we are just in a position to begin to architect what justice actually looks like. That part I'm excited about. Restorative justice, for me, has some very core principles in it. And I think Hari just said it beautifully, that this is about the acknowledgement in a very explicit way that crime causes harm, and justice should then focus on repairing that harm. And it's not monolithic. It isn't crime equals punishment. It is crime causes harm, and it causes harm to individual people, it causes harm to relationships, and it causes harm to communities. So to be able to look at all of the dimensions of the harm would be important to think about in a restorative justice framework. I also think that in a framework of restorative justice, that it's also important that people most affected by the crime have a way and a place to participate in whatever the resolution will be. In some cases, that's a bit of an anomaly for us because we compartmentalize those that commit crimes, those that are impacted by crime, and we try to create remedy separately or in a compartmentalized way in doing that. I guess the third thing I would be thinking about is what's the government's responsibility in all of this? I know we'll probably talk about this a bit downstream, but the government, law and order, those kinds of things. I really believe that there is a collective opportunity for governments and community to have some accountabilities and responsibilities around both order and peace. Again, I think when we begin to compartmentalize who does what, then I think we get the antagonistic relationships that I think we suffer from today. So order, peace, whose responsibility is something that we need to architect. I guess I would just summarize my take on all of this in that if we don't keep very present the beauty, the power, and the necessity of thinking about justice work in general as a collective, my fear is that we spend the next 20, 40, 60 years really recycling what has happened in my own life, having grown up in the segregated South and forward. These are some of the same conversations I remember having as a very young woman. What do we do now to disrupt this conversation that becomes circular? What do we do now to think about restorative justice, naming what justice really means in a very explicit way today? And how do we then take people, relationships, and communities and the impact that we might have on all three of those seriously in the construction of what we're building here?
Nina, your comments are spot on, and I appreciate all three of you all really setting the groundwork for how we should be thinking about this framework of restorative justice. But I like your segue into thinking about what does this mean as a collective. So within this framework of restorative justice, what does that mean in the context of today's social justice reform movement, all the rhetoric around law and order, and this media and public attention on policing and use of force within Black communities? Hari, I'm wondering, what are your comments? What are your thoughts on how do we bring together conversations across communities and bring people together in a very just way to achieve this collective vision that Nita just spoke to?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a complex question because we're in a moment that's so complex right now, right? And there's a, community organizer who I like a lot, where he talks about this idea that change is really slow until it's really fast. And we're in this moment right now that feels like we're in this fast moment. So many of these forces are coming together, and it feels like there's an opportunity to do the disruptive work that Nita was talking about. And the question is, can we seize that opportunity or not? And in my mind, in thinking about the answer to that question, we have to start with a conversation about power. When I first started getting into some of the work that I do, I actually thought that, what I really want to do is start by focusing on questions of policy. Right? How do we create the kind of policies that are going to distribute resources to the communities that really need it, and so on and so forth? And the first lesson that I learned from working in politics is that policy is downstream from power, right? And so the real question in a way is, if we're going to engage in a conversation or a process about restorative justice, then how do we create a situation in which the victims have the opportunity to enter into the conversation on an equal footing of power with the people who have been the perpetrators for so long? And so that's a really complicated question, right? Because that means that people have to reconfigure their relationships with each other in a way that fundamentally changes the dynamic that we see. But then second, we also have to think about the question of how do we begin to equip those who have been outside of power for so long with the capacities, the relationships, the skills, the things that they need to be able to exercise their own voice in the process. And so I guess I would just sort of, hopefully extend and build on what Nita just said, that if we don't want to be in the same place 30 years from now or 50 years from now or 100 years from now, then I feel like we have to begin by thinking about how you begin to shift the underlying power dynamics that will make durable whatever the outcomes are that emerge from this process. And to me, shifting the power dynamics begins by equipping the people who have been the most harmed. I don't know that there's any other way around it. People have tried for years to find other ways around it, and they always end up failing. So.
Thank you, Hari. I'm hearing all of you all make comments around kind of this two-part framework of restorative justice, one being dismantling systems, shifting policies, et cetera. But Nita, I'm wondering if you could also speak to the other piece of this, which requires us to examine and interrogate current systems. If we're reallocating from one system and moving into another system, it also requires that we examine the equity and feasibility within that replaced system or expanded system. So Nita, what does that look like for you?
Yeah, thank you, Marissa. I'm going to be filled with opinions here. You can already tell that I am. I really do believe we're on the right track here. One of the things that we hear most often when we're thinking about equity in general is the notion of dismantling systems. I totally agree with that there is something in the definition of the word equity that says dismantle systems. But I want you to know that dismantle systems is not a complete sentence. It's not dismantle systems, period. It's dismantle systems, fill in the blank here. Fill in the blank might mean, do you know much about the system that you're purporting might be a better system? I'll give you a great example. What we're talking about most often across the country is defunding the police, dismantling the system. I've heard everything from we should take those dollars and put them in social work and all these other places. My question, my fill in the blank is, what do we know about the system of social work? Have we interrogated the system that we're recommending? And so I guess what I would say to you here is it's important for us to create a complete sentence in our justice work. Do we know enough about the systems that we'd like to leverage instead of the one that we're dismantling? Do we know enough about, through interrogation, the system that we're trying to build up? So I think there's a little bit of an equation here. It is the dismantling of the system. It is the institution of design thinking in place to then architect your new system. So I have a philosophy about the completion of the sentence. One more thing I just want to share too, Marissa, and this is something that Hari was talking about, that is the examination of power. I do absolutely agree that we do need to do a more thorough examination of power, but the issue is we're not talking about power with much specificity. We just say the word power. Now, I use a framework called the 5 Bases of Social Power, French and Raven. It gives name to what we're talking about when we say power. Some people have power based on their title and position. Some people have power because they're coercive. Some people have power because they are experts in what they're doing. Some people have power because they have the ability to give and take away rewards. And some people have power because they hold a lot of information. Some people have power because they are filled with mutual respect. I think the more we can start to name what kinds of power bases are present, the easier it is, or at least the most laser focused it might be, to dismantle power bases that are not effective and that do not create systems of equity. So we have to name the power. And this is really important in restorative justice, because when we talk about making amends for harm, people that are harmed need to know what their power is, because that's a position that we can be in where we feel most powerless. But if you look at the 5 or 6 bases of social power, even a person that is harmed still holds power, but we may need to be in a better position where we help them to name what that power base is. So I wanted to add to Hari's comments about power as well.
Thank you, Nita. I appreciate those comments. I mean, I heard you say people who are harmed need to know what power they have. And I think as we move into speaking about how we activate our community, Wes, I want to come to you next. We have so many different viewers on this panel today, from individuals who work within some of the systems that we're talking about, to everyday citizens, to individuals who are advocates. And so I want to talk about what role each of us play in restorative justice. And part of it includes acknowledging an ownership of past injustices. But Wes, if we pause on what the individual and community role is in restorative justice, I want to hear your thoughts on who else plays a role in this, from banks to law enforcement, our criminal justice system, companies, institutions. What does that look like, and how do systems right old wrongs?
I think this moment actually requires all of us to be very reflective and humble, and to understand our own complicity in the fact that we have disparities to the extent that we have them. That when we're looking at the type of structural breakdown that we have seen and the need for such a high emphasis on restorative justice, that means that we have had multiple systems failing. And the only way to address a functional breakdown is to actually have a functional build-up. Is to understand that everyone is going to have to play a role, but no one is going to have the role. That every single entity, every single facet of our society is going to have to play a role in being able to address these various issues. If you just look at, take a look at just criminal justice as one example. And I think about with the work of Robin Hood, where, we recently just supported a report from the Brennan Center, which analyzes the economic impacts of convictions and incarceration and highlights how our criminal justice system contributes to poverty, particularly when it comes to communities of color. And the results show that formerly incarcerated people earn nearly $500,000 less over the course of their careers, and formerly imprisoned Black and Latino people suffer significantly greater lifetime earning losses as their white counterparts. Now, some people could say, well, if you look at that dynamic, or the dynamic that the same report showed, that a Black person with no criminal record earns less than a white person with a criminal record. Now, someone could say, well, that's a criminal justice issue, but it's not. It's an education issue. It's a job training issue. It turns into housing issues. It's economic issues. Every single facet bakes into this idea of, first of all, the lack of separation that we can have between conversations around race and equity, but also about what becomes the role to be able to address that. The takeaway from that report that we supported was not that, oh man, it's important that we address the criminal justice disparities. It's understanding the fact that we have a functional breakdown. A functional breakdown that lasts from the first contact to the last time that you're breathing. And so the only way to be able to address that is for all of us to have that level of humility in the way that we think about our own work, understand the level of partnership that we have to be able to take with other entities, the fact that there is no one group that's responsible. And so if that's the case, then every group has a responsibility. How does the corporate sector get involved? And how do they put a greater focus on equity and parity and the fact that we have a 10-to-1 racial wealth gap inside of this country? The corporate sector can't just simply look and say, well, government should fix that. If you understand exactly how that wealth disparity actually exists and how it was created. So I think this actually becomes a really powerful moment for all of us. It becomes a powerful moment for all of us to both understand and research and understand our truth. And I love the fact that Hari was talking about the idea of how, over a dozen societies actually have implemented truth and reconciliation commissions. South Africa, Northern Ireland, Burundi, Rwanda, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Canada, twice. Places that were willing to look at their deepest wounds and be able to say we can't move on unless we're actually fully understanding of what those deepest wounds are. But then also for all of us to be able to say, what else can we do? How else can we have conversations that can be more inclusive? How can we make sure that impacted peoples don't just have a voice, but that they have a vote as to how we are going to go about our processes? And I think the other big thing about it is being able to go with a level and a measure of true quantitative progress in the way that we have seen true quantitative neglect, in a very honest and a sincere way, because that is how we can have a level of real sustainable mobility.
I hear you. And I heard a lot of words in there: humility, partnership, acknowledgement, but I also heard moving people to a vote to a voice and really being included as part of this process. Hari, I want to dig into that a little bit. How can individuals and communities not just play a side role into this and be an audience in all of this? How do we actually bring individuals and communities to the table and shift that power that you spoke to in your earlier comments?
Yeah, I love the idea of a functional build up that comes after the functional breakdown that we've had. And I think the idea of, us all being part of this very complex and interconnected system is exactly right. And so the question is, if we all have a role to play in this functional buildup, well, so how do we begin to bring people into that process? And I think we, start with the idea that ultimately the reason why we have these systems, right, is because we want a system that actually works for people. And right now, our system doesn't in so many ways that we know. And so, how do we begin to bring people into a system that for so long has made people feel disinvested? And earlier we were talking about the idea that people have to come to know their own power, and I think that's really important, right? That first, one of the first things that I learned when I started getting into work around community organizing and so on is that people have been made to feel like they're nothing but consumers of what the system gives them, right? So I might go to the election booth, or I might go to the voting booth, right, to pick candidates in the same way that I choose cereal at the grocery store. And that's terrible, right? I should feel like I have a voice in being able to shape the choices that are before me, not just in the voting booth, but throughout my community and throughout my city and my state and the place where I live. And so how do you begin to equip people to feel like they actually have a voice in that process? And I think that begins by recognizing, what are the resources that people bring to the table? I mean, to get to Nita's point before is that power rests on a set of resources, right? And we have power over each other in the extent to which I can use my resources to act on your interests, or we can decide to sort of share our resources to act on each other's interests. But too often for the communities that are on the front line, we don't recognize the resources that they bring to the table as being valuable. And so I feel like that's what makes them feel like consumers. That's what makes them, people aren't stupid, they know and they're not really valued, right? And so I think the first question is, how do we begin to ground people in their lived experience, recognize the resources that they bring, connect them to each other, right? So that they can begin to act on an equal footing, and then enter into these conversations around justice, around repairing harm, around accountability, and so on.
Thank you. We're actually getting some questions from our online audience. They want to dig into these points that you're making. Before I raise the question, I'm actually going to come to you, Nita, but want to remind our audience that we are live on all of our social platforms. You can also type your questions or comments into 22333 and type JHMI in the message. So question from our online audience. Nita, you mentioned 5 pillars of power that you typically use in your work. Question we have is, how do we convince people to share power? And what are the best ways to get people who have the power not to feel threatened by the more equitable distribution of power?
Yeah, I love that question. It kind of goes back to what I talked about, though. People don't know how we've classified power. What we get to see on TV is title and position power and coercive power. Those two are the number one power bases in our country, by the way. We see legitimate coercive power. That's the name of those two power bases. And so that becomes the narrative and the model for what power is or is not. I do think we've got this tremendous opportunity, all of us, to educate communities on what the other power bases are called so they can see themselves in the power. But as long as we only think there are two, if we don't have those two, then we start assuming we are powerless. And so you'll see an overuse of the other two power bases when you yourself don't know that you're the holder of power as well. So I think we have to start talking about power and how it's situated more often. People just don't have the names for it. I have to tell you, communities that I have seen do great restorative justice work, very deep racial equity work, are the ones that understand the definition of power. And quite often, it isn't the people that are holding title and position power that are leading the way. It is people that have the power of reciprocity and mutual respect, that's called referent power, and the people that have expert power, power that's based on the skills, abilities, knowledge, and lived experience. The combination of those two power bases is where I see the best work happening. But the balancing act is important. I mean, if you look at the pure definition of what restorative justice is all about, it requires, in a very mandatory way, a cooperative effort between communities and the government or other systems. And so if that is true, understanding power becomes even more critical. We just have to begin to teach communities the power basis that they hold.
Thank you, Nita. Wes, I want to bring you another question from our online audience that digs into this power question a bit more. Do you feel that the involvement of celebrity advocates help the overall population better understand judicial travesties? Does their involvement help or hurt?
I think that it's difficult to put the blanket over, what we mean by celebrity involvement. I think that there's some people who have truly dedicated a good portion of their professional and personal life to understanding issues, who are coming at them and not just at the right place, from the right place, but are utilizing and emphasizing every aspect of themselves in order to make our society better. And I think there are some that are doing it because it's a popular hashtag. So I think we should be careful about putting a blanket over who we're talking about, because I can tell you right now, some people who are truly making change in our society, I could make a very clear argument right now that LeBron James is going to have arguably one of the largest singular impacts on how people are going to vote in this year, because of the More Than a Vote initiative he has pulled together, because as part of the NBA collective bargaining that took place after the shooting of Jacob Blake, that every single NBA arena is going to be used as a voting center. I mean, people have to understand the significance and the impact of that kind of movement and momentum that athletes were able to do in all of their spare time in the middle of chasing an NBA championship that is going to make our society better. But the thing about it is, when you think about it, that is actually the structure and part of the beauty of our American story. It's the story of Muhammad Ali. It's the story of Harry Belafonte, right? You can't understand the civil rights movement without understanding the role that Harry Belafonte played. You can't understand the anti-war movements without understanding the role that Harry Belafonte played. You can't understand the anti-apartheid movement without understanding the role that Harry Belafonte played. You can't understand Black Lives Matter without understanding the role that Harry Belafonte played. So you have people, whether it be athletes like what we're seeing what Serena Williams is doing right now, or whether it be entertainers, and the way that John Legend is using his voice to be able to both educate people on the criminal injustices that exist within our society. I think that the thing we should hope for and we should encourage is that everybody, celebrity or not, takes a personal vested interest in educating themselves and takes a personal vested interest in being able to use every drop of power that you have and every voice, every element of impact that you could possibly have, and do that to make our society a better place. And so I applaud the ones who are taking it seriously and really educating themselves and going out and using their power. Not only do I applaud them, I hope we can get more of them.
Absolutely. I'm hearing you move from the theoretical to the practical. How do we actually put some of these things into action? And so, Hari, I want to hear your thoughts as well on this. I'd love to hear you speak to collective action and mobilization in communities. What does civic engagement look like? What does it feel like for those individuals and communities to really participate in this journey to moving to a more just society?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the work of restorative justice begins with the communities, right? And the reason for that is because in the ways that we've been talking about already, power is fragile, right? And it's fragile, especially for communities that have been outside of it for so long, unless they remain connected to each other, right? And so if you have power because you have a position, or you have, or you have power because you have a certain bit of information, when that information or that position disappears, then your power disappears too. And in a lot of ways, like part of what we learn from history is that the most durable source of power is power that's grounded in people who are connected to each other, and then renew those relationships, over time again and again and again. And so when we think about what, how do we begin to sort of shift this in the future? Like, I feel like, I feel like there's this question of, well, how do you bring people to the table? I feel like we have no choice now except to come to the table, right? That like the way that you because of everything that's changing in society, because of the trends that we see in our demographics, the biggest question that we have before us is, what is the extent to which we're going to be able to build solidarity across difference and solidarity from the ground up? And I think creating settings like this in which you can actually do that in a way that has a real conversation about past harm, about a transformative future, is the only way to make the kind of durable solidarity that we'll need.
Absolutely. Nita, how do you ground this in your work around diversity, inclusion, and equity? What's the forward pathway look like?
Yeah, one of the things that is really important in this work is when we start to talk about interrogating systems, I'm not just talking about external systems, external to those of us in justice work or external to activists and advocates. We even have to interrogate our own systems. There is a way for us to think about being even more relevant in the way that we're even doing community organizing. And some of that is interrogating our own systems too. So one of the things for us to be thinking about, at least this is how it plays out in my work, is I'm very careful about how we talk about the word equity. There is a notion, and I do this work across the country, there is a notion that somehow when we start to talk about equity, that somehow diversity, inclusion, and equality just automatically happen. So I want to interrogate that. That isn't true. It is true that diversity and inclusion can be happening and you still don't have equity. And I want us to understand that though we are talking about equity, even when we're talking about restorative justice, where we're talking about equity, there is still work to be done in those other categories. We still have diversity work and inclusion work and equality work to do, even in the context of equity work. So not to lose sight of the bodies of work underneath those other words would be really important. This will be a recycling of our past if we don't get very explicit about what we're doing in each of the categories. The other thing that I always say to folks too is, this is not like a game of Pac-Man. If some of you are old enough to remember Pac-Man, like equity doesn't just eat up the rest of the words. All of those words are still living, breathing, and requiring us to do work in them. And I guess the other thing that I would say that I see a lot in my work in terms of interrogating systems, we do have a bit of a nomenclature that we use around there being people on the front lines and then there being white allies, especially when we start talking about racial justice and racial equity work. The interrogation that I want to convince us to be thinking about is, does that make any sense? Do we actually need allies, people on the sidelines waiting to be called up like they're coming from minor league baseball to major league baseball? Or do we actually need everybody to be on the front lines in order for justice work to work? And so it's a cadence change that I'm suggesting here, is do we know who needs to be leading what and when? Does the old model of some on the side, some on the front really work? Or if we do this well, is there a place for all of us to be on the front lines, wholly and fully who we are, bringing our experiences forward, leveraging the power bases that we all have differently to get the work done? And so I guess what I'm saying to you here is there isn't that just some people need to interrogate their systems. We all need to interrogate our systems to get to where I think we want to go with both restorative justice and equity.
Absolutely. Nita, I know we're running low on time, but Wes, I want to make sure before we do closing comments, I want to hear about some of the work that you're leading and particularly around shifting investments to historically underrepresented communities and how that helps us as we move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you. And, and it really came into this idea where people oftentimes, when they have conversations about liquidity and who gets funding and who doesn't, they'll have the conversation about the private sector. And they'll say, well, less than 2% of all venture capital goes to organizations that are led by Black folks. And if you look at Black women, the number is actually, less than 1%. And all those things are true. But the reality is that philanthropy is not much better. Even if you look in the world of philanthropy, around 10% of all philanthropic dollars go to organizations that are led by people of color. And that's people of color in some. And so as we looked at it, and we looked at our own catchment area, frankly, where it said, okay, if you're just talking about people for the groups that we look at, that are, for people who are organizations and neighborhoods, communities that are hampered by this dredge of poverty, it's about 80% people of color. Yet 10% of all philanthropic dollars go to organizations that are led by people who are arguably closest to the challenges. And so we actually launched and created an initiative called the Power Fund. And what the initiative is, it's an initiative to invest in nonprofit leaders of color who are reflective of the communities that they serve. And our hope is that this will catalyze a shift in long-term grant-making priorities, both within our own organization and, frankly, across the world of philanthropy as we're joining arms, with other philanthropic organizations. Because the things that we know are is that this is not being done because it sounds good or because it's in the moment. It's being done because we care about solving the problems. And the people who are closest to the challenges are going to be the ones who are closest to the solutions. Oftentimes, though, they're just never at the table. And so if you really want to get at the heart and the root of why we have these kind of disparities, if you really want to support the organizations that have the best chance of coming up with the long-term sustainable solution sets, you have to be very intentional and very deliberate and very bold about who it is that you're funding and why. Because it comes back to this idea that we do have, whether we realize it or not, even if it's just an implicit bias, there is a bias that does exist towards funding women of color, to funding men of color, to funding Black folks. And so we have to be able to understand that, appreciate that, and embrace that. And to say, now to address it and fix it, it means we must be as deliberate about the way we are funneling capital and also providing a whole series of additional support mechanisms to make sure that the organizations and the leaders that are in charge are actually then growing and developing in this larger ecosystem as well.
Absolutely. You all have provided some extraordinary comments here. Truth, wisdom, we appreciate all of it. I want to make sure I allow you all to leave the audience with a true call to action. In 15 seconds, what do you want to leave with our audience? We have some millennials watching. They're asking questions in the online chat box. What if in 15 seconds, what's the call to action? What's the charge, or what's the takeaway? Nita?
I want you to know that equity work is construction work. It is not about your heart. It is not about your mind. It is about what you want to do in the system. So put on your heart hat. Let's build a thing together.
Ari?
I love this quote from a theologian who says, hope is belief in the plausibility of the possible as opposed to the necessity of the probable, right? And we're only going to change the probable and make it possible if we all play a role. So we all need to get in and become the architects that Nita is describing.
And Wes?
I'll follow Hari's lead and go with a quote. Dr. King said that the moral arc of justice is long. The moral arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend inevitably. It doesn't bend because of gravity. It bends because people bend it. And so I say that if we're going out and thinking about the role that we're going to play, let's go be arc benders.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you for your time today and for your words of wisdom. And thank you to our audience for listening as well. Thank you for joining us. We're going to break for an intermission before our 3 p.m. panel. But before we break, we want to ask that you participate in a brief poll. We want to hear your takeaways from this session. There are 2 questions that we would like to ask that we hope that you answer. What was something you learned or can take away from this panel? And what is one thing this experience is inspiring you to do? Please submit your responses by texting 22333 and type JHMI in the message. Again, what was something you learned or can take away from this panel? And what is one thing this experience is inspiring you to do? Please take a moment to respond. We'll take a 10-minute break and we will resume for our next panel at 3 p.m. where we will be discussing protecting our youth. Thank you.
showing us their strength and their resilience. And I applaud their fortitude to get on the front line. I think the main thing that is driving our young people to get on the front line and to protest and to raise their voices is that they see themselves in so many national victims. You know, how many young people have gone to the store to get Skittles and an iced tea? You know, they see themselves in Trayvon Martin. They see themselves in Tamir Rice. Young people have little brothers and little sisters that play with their toy guns and water guns. So they see themselves. And, you know, our beloved Freddie Gray here in Baltimore City, who, what do you think they feel when they know that Freddie Gray made eye contact with a police officer and was chased down and lost his life? They see themselves. The tragedies that we see in this country is a reflection in their own lives, and it is moving them to stand up and raise their voices. And I'm amazed by it. I feel I get goosebumps when I see young people walking through the streets and protesting and holding up their signs.
Hi, my name is Young Elder. I'm 18 years old. I'm a youth leader, a part of Heart Smiles, and today I will be performing a song that I wrote called I'm Trying. 6'2" with a hoodie, he a black male, police searching through the hood, only time will tell, when they find him they gon' kill him, they ain't doing no talking at me, he about to lose his life, just for jaywalking, but that ain't it, he got a son and a daughter, they about to grow up alone, no they won't have no father, fast for a couple years, son trapping every night, getting money for his mama, trying to keep on the life, no he ain't had no father figure, had nobody there to guide him, loyal to the streets, and he keep the Glock beside him, nobody there to teach him that some friends are snakes, he just wanted fast money and the food on his plate. You see the daughter grew up fast, she was looking for love. Having sex with random guys, wasn't wearing no gloves. And now she 19 and she got 3 kids. Same dead-end job, she been working for years. Say I'm trying, I'm really trying. Somebody get the tissue cause his mama crying. Cause she turned on the news and her baby dying. Can we put down the guns, can we stop the violence? Yeah, I said I'm trying, I'm really trying. Somebody get the tissue cause his mama crying. Cause she turned on the news and her baby dying. Can we put down the guns? Can we stop the violence? Yeah. How I'm doing? I ain't doing well. Cause I'm living in a system where we set up to fail. See, statistically, I'm supposed to be dead or in jail. But I took a different route and told them I'm gonna prevail. See, I come from a city, you can't go out at the door. Yeah, it's murder after murder and I don't know where to start. Yeah, something gotta change cause it's breaking my heart. Yeah, I'm looking for the peace, city falling apart. I say these babies killing babies. I'm like, how do we come to this? Then we post it on the gram and somehow we numb to this. And something gotta change cause I've had enough of this and we killing our own people. And now we can't run from it. See, I'ma keep on grinding till it ain't nothing left. Because they killed one of my friends, they put them bullets through his chest. And I ain't too strong on pride, but I'ma die by my respect. Yeah, I walked into the game and now I'm stepping on their necks. Say I'm trying, I'm really trying. Somebody get the tissue cause his mama crying. Cause I turn on the news and my brother's dying. Can we put down the guns? Can we stop the violence? Yeah, I said I'm trying, I'm really trying. Somebody get the tissue cause I'm really crying. Cause I turn on the news and my brother's dying. Can we put down the guns? Can we stop the violence? Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. If you guys like that song, you can check me out on Apple Music, Spotify, SoundCloud at Young Elder. You can follow me on Instagram at young.elder_. Thank you so much. Love y'all.
So good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to encourage you to type your questions and comments on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, or Instagram, or text your questions to 22333 and type JHMI in the message. I'll be taking questions later in our session. Today's Road to Equity Symposium, Addressing Health Equity and Achieving Restorative Justice, focuses on improving social justice and the health of our communities, particularly the nation's most marginalized residents. My name is Michelle Spencer. I am a faculty member at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and it is my honor to serve as your moderator. This session builds on the previous conversations we had in late August that focused on the judicial system and supporting our youth. I want to acknowledge the pain and the inequities that is occurring across our country. We are at a critical moment, and protecting the lives of our youth is paramount. This segment started, as you just heard, with a powerful statement from Young Elder. In her performance, one of the very first lines, listen, one of her very first lines, and I quote, she said, I'm trying, right? And if you were listening and really paying attention, you would hear that another line, she said, how am I doing? I'm not doing well, because statistically, I'm supposed to be dead or in jail. Okay, I wanna repeat that just one more time for you in case you missed it. How am I doing? I'm not doing well, because statistically, I'm supposed to be dead or in jail. So, thank you for joining our panel discussion on protecting our youth, confronting society's role in the harmonious development of adolescence. This segment really, in theory, bookends what you have heard from previous panels today. You heard about the path, where should we begin, invest, and go. You heard about restoration, repairing harm, finding balance, building hope. Well, now, protection. I submit to you that resourced, deprived communities face unequal burdens of economic, social, and health disparities. I share with you that there's a conceptual model that includes the individual, the family, the school, the community, and the policy structures that need to be in place. So today we'll talk a little bit about the framework and what protective factors are needed to support our youth, given what Young Elder just shared, and given the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences in resource-strapped communities, particularly Black and Brown communities. The young adults in these communities face the unequal burdens of incarceration, economics, injury, and death. What is needed, as you will hear, is protection, right? Protection for our youth. What protections, however, are needed to ensure that our young adults thrive? What protections are needed to be in place that allows the conceptual framework to apply also to our Black and Brown people, our Black and Brown young adults? What protections are needed to be in place that allows us to commit to the security of their spaces, their voices, their bodies, and their lives? So today I am joined not just by you, but by this esteemed panel that includes the Honorable Judge Martin Welch, who retired in 2014 after more than 21 years of distinguished judicial service. I'm joined by Professor Vanya Jones, Associate Professor in the Department of Behavioral Health, Behavior, and Society at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I'm joined by Ms. Nancy K. Blackwell, child welfare professional with over 20 years of experience in human services with social and public policy organizations. And I'm joined finally by Dr. Brian Sims, Associate Professor of African Media Psychology and Education Psychology at Florida AME University. And so to begin this conversation, my first question I will pose to Professor Jones and Ms. Blackwell. Our youth today are facing so many issues like gun violence, bullying, and mental health. What areas of adolescent development should we really focus on improving first? Now I get it, there's education, there's youth justice systems, there's housing, but I'm asking you first, Professor Jones, followed by you, Ms. Blackwell. What areas of adolescent development should we be focusing on improving first?
Thank you, Michelle, for that fabulous introduction. And I got to echo Young Elder and her performance and how powerful it was in her words of, people are crying, parents are crying for the loss of their children and for the experiences that their families are having. That's a pretty heavy question to start with, and I'm going to do my best to answer. I think there's two things that we really need to focus on, and I'm going to spend a little bit of the time that I have been talking here with everyone in highlighting these two areas. The first is parents. In our last conversation, we didn't spend a lot of time talking to those who are fundamentally charged with the very hard job of raising children.
And when we talk about Black parents in particular, I think of the work that I've done in schools and how Black parents are asked to help their children navigate a system that also treated them poorly. So when they come in as parents to advocate for their children, they also have to deal with the trauma of experience that they had and being told that they were inadequate and that they received harsher judgment. So I think the first thing we need to think about is how do we support parents in those systems that we know touch our young people so they are equipped to address what we know are historic injustices that they too have to address the trauma in order to advocate for their young people. The second thing that I'm going to talk about as we go on and try and uplift really stems from, sort of the great line of Frederick Douglass of it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. So this idea of where do we go and how do we handle adolescence, or where should we start to help our adolescents, is really thinking about what is it that helps them become productive members of society. We need to let them, I'm going to speak particularly to Black children, Black adolescents. We need to let them take the risk that white adolescents get to take and not have the same the harsh punishments that they get when they make mistakes. So we know adolescence is a time of taking risks. I said this in the last session that we had. It is what we mark adolescence by. I'm glad I didn't grow up in adolescence during the social media phase. But I think about the young people who are and the harsh judgment that they get for making what are truly adolescent mistakes. So I want to protect our young people. So in adolescence, they can take the risks that they need to take safely in order to become adults and make sound decisions. Ms. Blackwell, I'm going to turn it over to you because I might start, saying more.
Thank you, Vanya. I would also just echo 100% of what Dr. Jones just shared. I would also add that we need to really support fragile families. Oftentimes in this area of work, we don't want to talk about the challenges of poverty or the challenges of fragile families. And, everything starts at home. And we really have to support families, whether it is access to mental health care, improving families' access to educational resources in and outside of the school, creating safe spaces for families that are in need, and also attempting to separate when a family comes for help. How can we make sure that those families are helped and their kids are not seen as being neglected? So let me give you a quick example. There was a situation in Baltimore a few years ago where Baltimore was given a license to operate a 24-hour casino. And there was a young woman who went to a job fair and she was given a job on the spot at the job fair to work at the casino like 2 days later. This woman did not have a chance to secure daycare and everything that goes along with getting a job. So she had her child in her car at the casino while she worked. Someone saw a child in a car and called the police. The mother had come out of the casino taking breaks throughout the day to make sure her kid had food and snacks and things. And yes, she did put her child in danger. However, we have this huge 24-hour operating business and no childcare. And this woman did not have time to access childcare, figure out plans. So all of those things. Thankfully, she did have a car with insurance, and she was savvy enough and smart enough to come to a job fair and get hired right on the spot. We've got to figure out ways to assist fragile families so that they can support their children. The other thing that I would also add is that we also have to support organizations that have positive track records that support families and, not leave organizations starving on the vine, who are really at the community level doing the work, bringing families along.
So thank you, Vanya, and thank you, Ms. Blackwell. One of the things, I love the fact that you raised the issues of family and family connectivity to social services and supports that they need. I want to ask Professor Sims, Black youth are talked about differently than white youth. when it comes to juvenile justice. And Dr. Jones said that in one of her opening or second statement, right? Like she wants the adolescents to be able to take risks. That's part of their trajectory. That's part of how they grow. But she also wants those risks to be equal and same as when white young adults take those risks. So here's my question for you. Why is it, or what does it mean to criminalize our Black youth? In what very simplest ways and terms would you say why it is important for us to be clear about what we say and the way we talk about our Black youth? And why are Black youth framed so differently than white youth? And I know, right, I'm going to keep adding to this question. Why is it, to Vanya's point, are Black and brown young adults not able to take those risks in the same way? And I would love, I know Judge Welch, I want you to jump in, but I think I want you to answer a slightly similar question. But Professor Sims, to you, please help me.
Yeah, it's a good question, and the always eloquent Vanya Jones, I think, set it off exactly right. Vanya, I'm gonna see your Frederick Douglass quote, and I'm gonna raise you Dr. Wade Nobles, who's run Black Family Center out in the Bay Area for decades and decades. Dr. Nobles says, power is the ability to define reality and to make others accept your definition as their own. So Michelle, when you asked the question about like, why is the current status quo so intent on criminalizing Black children, it's because that's what the United States of America has always done to African people. Since we got here, we've been seen as nefarious, as threats, as problems that need to be solved. And so I think you're really just sort of seeing an extension of that. And Dr. Noble's quote about reality, for me, really speaks to the media. And it's not like an apology to point to the media to say this is what's going on. But I think we need to start sending very clear messages as we support our parents, which is your children are not the problem. Your kid, if he gets in trouble at school, trust your kid. Your kid, if he gets in trouble with law enforcement, trust your kid, because until we start to actually be serious about those familial connections of love and harmony, then we'll always be doubting each other and we won't have the basic fundamentals of trust that people outside of our communities have.
So Judge Welch, jump in here. From a legal standpoint, how do young people address the justice system? How do they engage in the justice system? You know, you just heard Professor Sims say that this is a system that has been set up this way from the moment we got here. So what do? You know, we can look at that as an opportunity for us to think, wow, we're always going to be in a deficit position. Help us understand.
Well, part of the problem is the justice system itself, or the juvenile justice system, and I sort of talk about that, and we should think about that not only in terms of juvenile justice, but also the adult system that deals with issues of child support, and the criminal justice system seem to be in three separate silos. And there's such a disconnect when we talk about providing services to families and children who truly need it. And then you lay onto that the perception of starting in education, with police, through the juvenile justice system, how children, Black and brown children, are viewed differently, treated differently, and primarily because the lack of resources and access to resources that is so chronically overburdened and wrong that a very deep hole. One of the thoughts where, you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do we fix the juvenile justice system, or do we fix the education system? And I think it's really got to start very early on, really in utero, with providing appropriate services so that child has a chance to make it through. The system's not going to change quick enough, but to be able to raise children that are able to navigate the system. It's really more about pathfinding.
I think what you've just said in terms of it starts in utero goes back to exactly what Dr. Jones said earlier, and also Ms. Blackwell, about supporting, being able to support the family, right? All of the different dynamics and intersections of family support. So I'm going to bring Ms. Blackwell back into this conversation. When we talk about youth, their experiences are deep and their experiences are varied. How are these issues and challenges magnified within the LGBTQI youth? and their experiences and their trajectory into adulthood? And can you talk a little bit about some of the services that we should be considering for the LGBTQI youth, and as well as homeless youth as well? These are issues that you raised in our last panel earlier this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, we really want to focus on Black and Brown children, but I think there are some staggering statistics when it comes to the LGBTQ community, especially the Black and Brown community. I wanted to pull up some numbers before we got on today, and the suicide rate within the LGBT community is 41%, and that's 25 times higher than the general population. So the fact that, LGBTQ youth often deal with isolation and bullying and homelessness and, lack of support and not feeling a part of families, not feeling a part of their greater community. The data is really staggering. 1 in 4 LGBTQ youth consider suicide. It also goes back to our last conversation when we talked about guns in homes and gun violence, and often guns equate suicide in our community, which is really scary. The other thing that I would also talk about is just the fact that LGBTQ youth are also suffering higher levels of homelessness than other youth. And the limited amounts of services for this population also makes them fragile. So there's a couple places in the city that I think I will highlight. There's Chase Brexton, which is a medical facility that provides lots of community-based services for LGBTQ youth. J Pride, Joy Baltimore, a few other providers of services. Also within high schools, because because we want to have safe spaces for our LGBTQ youth. Lots of high schools now have safe spaces or guidance counselors who have a safe space triangle to let LGBTQ youth know that this is a safe space for them to come and gain support.
One of the things as you were talking and you said the suicide rate among LGBTQI youth is 41%. The thing that came to mind, and I know the answer to this question, is do youth within the LGBTQI community feel seen? Do they feel seen? Do they feel heard? And then Professor Sims, I want to ask you the same question. Do Black and Brown youth feel that they're even seen, that they have a space and a voice in community? And so first, Ms. Blackwell, please, to you.
Yeah, I think that's part of the challenge, and I think that's often what pushes some of our LGBTQ youth to the brink of suicide, is that they don't feel seen, they don't feel heard, and there are not lots of safe spaces, whether those safe spaces are within their own families or within the larger community. I mean, we all have driven on Charles Street and we see the painting on the ground, Black Trans Lives Matter, which is very, when I drive over those words, I feel the spirit of that community screaming out, we're here, acknowledge us. Our pain is real, our joy is real, and we have to celebrate all aspects of our community.
Professor Sims.
Agreed. Nothing else really to say there. We have to begin to find material ways to celebrate every corner, nook and cranny of our community. I mean, for African people, the singular most successful strategy in what Chancellor Williams referred to as the destruction of Black civilization is separate, cause fragmentation, division, and antagonism between those who should see ourselves as brothers and sisters and folks armed in struggle. So I think you said it all, Ms. Blackwell.
So thank you for that. Professor Jones, youth, as you just heard, right, are in pain and are experiencing trauma. So what types of programs and services are provided in schools and in the community that can help young people deal with their experiences?
So I am going to echo a little bit of what Dr. Sims just said. It's bringing people together that have shared experience, and go back to my original statement of how are these systems engaging the whole family. Ms. Blackwell mentioned the fragile sort of families that are extremely important to help support. I'm going to point them out when it comes to systems like schools, and how in schools, research tells us all the time, school engagement by parents increases positive outcomes for young people throughout the spectrum of their life. So if you are engaged in a young person's academic performance, if you go to PTA meetings, if you are checking their homework, young people tend to do well. But my original statement was, how do we add that burden to Black parents who have been treated poorly in those education systems? So the first thing, one of the first programs is considering what are those school engagement programs to truly address the historic injustice that Black families have faced when it comes to engaging the educational system in America. So some schools have tried to do things like school community coordinators. Some schools have tried to do parent associations. The burden is on the system to appropriately engage families in order to make sure the disservice that has been done is addressed. So that's my first point. The second, we talked at length about police in schools in our last meeting. I'm not going to bring that up other than to remind you all of the comment that I made earlier whenever I'm told about how school resource officers or police are seen as like mentors and coaches and they can have a conversation. I always respond, why don't we have mentors and coaches? Why are we introducing the criminal justice system into our school system? So schools are a great place, to engage young people in extracurricular activities, sports, building their interests. They're great. But if we're going to spend time including the criminal justice system in their educational experiences, what in fact are we telling young people, especially Black children, who are disproportionately impacted by that experience in their educational pursuits as they grow up? So what I would like to see happen is that we spend a little bit of time proliferating those things around coaches and mentors and building those positive experiences for young people. I'm also going to one-up Dr. Sims because, now he's brought the quote. So one of my favorite Americans is Fannie Lou Hamer, and she reminds us, when I liberate myself, I liberate others. If you don't speak out, ain't nobody going to speak out for you. So we're at the stage where we have some ability to speak out. Speak out.
So, Dr. Jones, thank you for that. And so I am going to turn it over to Judge Welch. And so Dr. Jones said, when we have the space, we speak out and we should speak out. She also said that the burden is on the system. So here's my question to you. What are the questions or requests that communities should be asking of their elected officials in order to use and gain the momentum for the social justice movement, specifically as it relates to our youth?
I think it has to do with equity. How do we get the systems? And maybe it's equity and funding and services, but I think more importantly, we talked about a disjointed system. How do you get the educational system to deal with the juvenile justice system, to deal with the social services system, to deal with the child support system? And until we get those silos separated and everybody focusing those services on one family and that family's overall needs. So I think to the extent that there's something that we should advocate for, it's that.
And as you said, equity within those systems, it goes right back to my opening remarks about this conceptual framework and how this framework works, but not necessarily in communities of color and what is needed there. So I'm going to jump back to Dr. Sims, and I'm going to ask you that, or state to you that there are numerous studies that suggest that Black youth are more often criminalized and that they face challenges with being viewed more harshly by society. What are the practical steps that we can take now to empower them? How can school systems, much like Judge Welch just mentioned and Dr. Jones and Ms. Blackwell, how can school systems, maybe community groups and other stakeholders engage young people in positive ways?
Yeah, another great question. There's a West African proverb that says, where there are two wise men that agree, there's no need for one of them. And so I'm going to very, very respectfully disagree with the Honorable Judge Welch on that point around equity, only from the standpoint that equity has never, ever, ever been shown to work for African people. Black folks in America have never gotten close to an equity position. And so for me, I'm much more in favor of terms like self-determination and liberation. Like, how do we free ourselves from this apparatus that has continued to plague us? And so while I think the equity conversation is a good start, I don't think it's where ultimately we need to be. I mean, Tupac Shakur said it, right? I ain't guilty. Because even though I sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
So we think about like what it means to criminalize. It's the people that have been forced on the bottom that have had to do what any person in their right mind, what any rational, sane individual would do in their own self-interest to survive, and then been called criminals for it. So I don't see equity as a possibility. I'm in favor of models. And to Nancy's point earlier, there are lots of living models around the country right now that are trying to give power to Black and brown people in community spaces to move beyond how do we match up or meet the standard or guidelines that the system has set for us into a space of how do we make decisions about our own lives? How do we take economics in practical ways and solve the problems of feeding our children?
So Dr. Sims, how do you do that, right? You say self-determination, like there's the economic structure that may not support the self-determination in the structure and system that currently exists, and
right.
the structure that we as people of color live under. So how do we do that?
Yeah, so a good question I have for folks who've made all kinds of sacrifices and built careers around answering that question from a professional standpoint is where from a historical standpoint, where are we in relation to the Kerner report? I mean, that question was the question you just posed, Michelle, was answered 50 years ago in 1968. The Kerner Commission report clearly said the poverty and institutional racism drive the problems in what we call the Black community. So solving problems in terms of like what Black people's behaviors or attitudes or assumptions or values are without addressing those fundamental issues, I don't see as intellectually honest. So that's what I know that's not an answer, that's an academic answer, but that's what I would.
But I appreciate that. So Nancy, I want to go to you because you noted that there are lessons that can be learned and gleaned from other countries, right, around the world. So what are some of those lessons?
So the one thing that I would note is that not here in Baltimore, here in the U.S., we are feeling the challenge and the push to really elevate issues of racial justice, social justice, equity, and inclusion. But it is not limited to the U.S. Everyone around the world is also feeling it. It's very interesting. I have been invited to speak at the Global Summit of Children in Foster Care, and this is an international event. And one of the topics that I have been invited to address is around racial equity of children in foster care in other countries. Here in the U.S., I'll be representing, what's happening in the U.S., but I'm on a panel with folks from the UK, New Zealand, and Peru, and they are all dealing with challenges of Black and brown children being overrepresented in their foster care systems and also in their juvenile justice systems. And everyone is at a point of we have to address these issues. We have to fix the systems so that we can stop repeating mistakes of the past and build equitable systems for all races, but also figure out a way to improve what we've already done, the harm that we've already done to Black and brown children. So I think, as self-centered as we often are here in the United States, I think it's important for everyone to know that everyone is feeling a push to improve the lives of Black and brown people around the world.
So thank you for that. Here's a question that came in from the chat because I realized I wasn't checking it and I'm just going on with like the things that are coming to mind. So here's one from the chat. How do communities remove the stigma of assistance to fragile families to get them the services they could benefit from? And so maybe I'll ask you, Dr. Jones, to talk about that. I think you raised that very early.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'm going to discuss it from the perspective of schools and some of the work that I've seen happen in schools. Change how you engage all families. So stigma is an issue because you've decided this is a group that's special and needs something extra, as opposed to how are you in fact engaging families in general to help support every child and family in the way they need to be helped when it comes to supporting them. So I think the first thing we do is when you do things like, I've had some discussions around, for example, follow me with a story really quick, some discussions around why can't you have social workers, engage with families in ways that help provide these services? And I respond with, I want you to go talk to families who've had experiences with school social workers, and you tell me how that experience went for them and why that's a problem. Because we've decided helping support families that need additional help is extra and special, as opposed to how we should be thinking about developing that relationship with all families. Does that help?
I appreciate that, Dr. Jones. So, Judge Welch, here's another question from the chat. What does the lack of Black teachers at the early education stages impact, or how does the lack of Black teachers at the early education stages impact the overall perspectives?
Well, my mother was a teacher and come from a long line of teachers, and I realized how important it was. I'm the oldest person on this panel. I went to a segregated school, elementary school, and all my teachers looked like me. And so if you play that out as to the importance of having people that look like you at very early stages of your life, as well as throughout your life, that they're police officers, they're judges, they're social workers, they're others that people can otherwise relate to. And I'm in no way taking away from those teachers and other professionals who don't look like me, but just knowing that there's something more than what you might see day to day in your own community of different options for you as you grow up. I think it's extremely important.
So Professor Sims, thank you for that, Judge Welch. Professor Sims, I feel like what Judge Welch just said echoes what you shared earlier, right? And so can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, he couldn't be more right. It's important not just that Black children see themselves, affirm themselves in the teachers that are guiding them at an early age, but also the cultural values and the structure of what goes on. I mean, one of the assumptions of early childhood education in the West that I feel like has never ever even been mentioned, much less challenged, is parents' ability to effectively choose their kids' teachers. Every year in August, parents send their kids away to school, and maybe you know who the teacher is, but at no point do you have a relationship with that individual, much less have the intentionality of choosing who's going to spend that kind of quality time with your kid. That alone, so in our work at Joma Works, connecting universities with K through 12, that's big. Just enabling school districts, middle school counselors, high school principals to say, you know what, maybe parents should be driving this process in terms of what we can do with our teaching resources. Because something as simple as what Judge Welch mentioned with his mother being an educator, right? He mentioned his mother as an educator, but you know what? All mothers are teachers, and most teachers do some mothering. So these are African principles that we've known for forever, but that have not ever been taken seriously in the West that I think would make a real material difference.
Yes. So thank you for that. Here's another question that comes from the chat. What role does and can the faith-based community play in bridging and developing relationships between law enforcement and young people? I'm going to turn that over to you, Nancy.
Thank you. I would say that the faith-based community is one of the pillars in our community. And when you think of public agencies, when you think of the business community, I would say the third pillar is the faith community when it comes to providing support and social services on a daily basis to our families, to individuals, to schools. They've always been a pillar. And there's lots of opportunities for the faith community to step in. There's infrastructure in our faith community. Many church buildings have daycare centers. Many church buildings have after-school programs, mentoring programs. They're often a safe space for our young people and our families in need, whether it's a food pantry or if someone needs help with their gas and electric bill. I mean, our faith institutions are a bedrock in our community, and I think they're already fully engaged. And if you are a person that belongs to the faith community and you're watching this, encourage your place of worship to engage. If there is a nice mold-free basement in your church, do some programming there. I think it's lots of opportunities for us to reach beyond our doors and really engage with the community.
So here's another question that comes in. Thank you for that, Nancy. Here's another question that comes in from the chat, and I'm going to direct this to you, Dr. Jones. At what point do we address the PTSD that many Black and Brown youth experience as part of their daily living?
Yeah, I think that is a really important question, and one that is where we should be directing some resources when it comes to all of those programs and services that I talked about earlier. When we talk about school, when we talk about coaching, when we talk about mentoring, how are we in fact allowing young people to process all of the things that are going on in their community and that they see happening to their community? Those are hard things to grow up in ordinarily. They're even harder when you're carrying the burden of generations and the struggles that the people who came for you had. So I think the first thing that we really need to do is spend a little time. My grandmother used to say, call a thing. Spend a little time calling a thing and realizing that where we are for young Black children has been built over generations. And we need to spend some time as a country, if we really want to make a difference, tearing down some of those systems and silos that have put us in this place. So I think the first thing that we need to do is spend some time investing money into those spaces for communities that have experienced things like redlining. School funding comes from your tax base. If you have a poor tax base, what do you expect your schools to look like?
So here's one of the things, and I appreciate that, Vanya, because I think you started off talking, and we all started off talking about this trauma, right? Experiencing communities of color. And so let me just ask, what if you had to give advice for our young people and those who work with our young people, what would that advice be? I'm going to start with Professor Sims.
I'd start with dialogue. You got to find ways to actually have a two-way engagement with another human being. So at the point where what your lessons or your information or your wisdom becomes purely prescriptive, that's when kids start tuning out. And I think you'd be surprised. One of the lessons I've learned in X number of years as an educator myself is the real magic happens when you as an educator learn something new that you didn't already know. You walk into a classroom and you walk out with something that you didn't walk in there with. So I think kids are in their brilliance. They have the ability to sense and tell those individuals that do that versus those individuals that don't. And if you're in the other category, if you're in the wrong category, you will get written off. So if you're serious about any kind of youth development, this is a lesson I learned from Regina Jackson out at the East Oakland Youth Development Center. Like, if you're serious about kids, you got to listen. Before you say a word, you've got to understand. And so I think that's a tip that I usually kind of try to start with.
Judge Welch.
Again, two wise men. I think Professor Sims is the wisest. I know for me, having worked with children for many, many years, it really is that connection. And it's whether it's eyes, it's what you say, it's how you look, it's the empathy. And I've run into very few kids out of the thousands I've probably come across over many, many years that you could not make that connection. It's hard work sometimes, but you're the adult. Yeah. You're the one who has that responsibility. And when you get feedback, when it works, it's one of the most fulfilling things as a judge for me, to be able to make that connection and maybe have some influence on how that case or that child might end up.
Nancy?
I would say the biggest lesson that I've learned over the years of working with children and advocating on behalf of young people is that their voice and their lived experience and their life experience really matter in how we develop programming, how we make policy, the recommendations that we make, whether they're recommendations to federal funding, state funding. It's really important that we honor the voices and the lived experiences of the young people that we're advocating for. So, when you're creating a program, make sure that you engage some young people to see what would work best for them. Young people may not want a program from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. because they're asleep. They may want a program from 2 p.m. until 7 p.m. because that's when they are awake. So I think just making sure that we engage with young people to listen to what it is that they want and how it is that they would like programs to be built for them.
Professor Jones.
So I've been wearing it across my chest the entire time. I'm gonna take a moment to acknowledge that last night was a historic moment, but we had a Black woman on stage as a major political party trying to help lead this country, but she was not the first. And I am reminded of Shirley Chisholm. And the words that she echoes: if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And I think this goes to what Nancy said earlier in that quote, which is what makes me so excited for the future, is seeing these young people show up and demand that they be seen and that they be heard. As we think about what's happening in our country and we think about next, we know there's a lot of issues. We know we have to move forward in a lot of ways. But the way our system's set up in order to fund things, in order to provide community programs and services, and to answer that question of how do you take the stigma out of helping families, you have to move those resources in ways that help those families. Please show up and vote, make a plan, get out there, do your part.
And thank you, Dr. Jones, on that point. I want to say, when you said the folding chair, I just want to share with you that many times, right, like we are invited to the table, either for our visible presence or for our number or whatever the case may be. But I think the question that is always in the back of my head, I've been invited to the table, but am I welcomed at the table? And I think it goes back to what Dr. Sims said, what do we do when we don't necessarily feel that there are spaces or places for us to have that voice? We may be invited, but what happens, right? What happens when we get to that table and we try to articulate exactly the concerns and the historic issues that we have faced, and what happens when we are trying to advocate in the educational system for our young people, because we ourselves have been in that system. I think that we have 1 minute left, and I want to ask, I think 54 seconds, quite frankly. I'm going to ask all of you, starting with Nancy, what would you say to young elder? What would you say to young elder when she said, I'm trying? What would you say? 40 seconds left.
I would tell her to show up with her sign, show up with her message, and if she's not invited to the table, bring a seat, because her message is so strong and her voice is so valuable.
Thank you. Judge Welch.
I would tell young elder that we are resilient. She is resilient. Progeny of all who've come before, and we're going to ride her coattails.
All right, Professor Jones.
So I'm going to echo what Judge Welch said, because I know my mother would be thrilled. I know I said no shout outs, but would be thrilled because she adores Judge Welch. That she stands on the shoulders of people who came before and worked hard, and she is a part of that stock. Keep moving.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones. Professor Sims.
Same, young elder, there are a nation of youth just like you in Queensbridge, in Atlanta, Georgia, Durham, North Carolina. So we appreciate that perspective and that love.
And I appreciate all of you. I would say that when young elder asks in another space, how am I doing, right? That our responses need to be indicative of the policies and the infrastructures that we have created that supports young elder and the many young elders, right? That supports their physical, social, educational, judicial, economic development. And as you all said, in the way of the resiliency of our youth, of our Black and Brown youth. And so I hope that you all that are viewing will help to applaud me and thank our panelists for the excellent presentations, for their thoughts, for the way that they're helping us understand what our role is in supporting young adults, Black and Brown young adults in communities all across this country, and certainly here in Baltimore. So to you, Ms. Blackwell, to you, Judge Welch, Professor Jones, Dr. Sims, thank you so much for your time, your energies. And I know that I'm going to get kicked out, and so let me ask Those of you who are watching, we want to learn from you. And so before we break for this intermission, here are two questions. What was something you learned or can take away from this panel? What is the one thing this experience is inspiring you to do? Please type your responses to 22333 and type JHMI in the message. Please take a moment to respond to these questions as we take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 4 p.m. with our keynote address from Dr. Andre Perry, and I think focusing on the economics of it all and where do we go from here. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you again to my dynamic panel and all that they have shared this afternoon. And young elder, be encouraged. We are standing on your shoulders and riding your coattail, as Judge Welch noted. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone who has attended our JustUs Dialogue Symposium. We have had an eventful day. We started out the day with the path to health equity and social justice. Where should we begin? Where should we invest? Where should we go? We then led into a restorative justice, repairing harm, finding balance, building hope. We then ended just now with protecting our youth, confronting society's role in the harmonious development of adolescence, and this was a part 2. And now we're about to lead into our keynote address by Dr. Andre Paring from the Brookings Institute. Before that, I would like to introduce you to and welcome Dr. President Kevin Sowers from Johns Hopkins Health System and Executive President of Johns Hopkins Medicine. Kevin has been a significant supporter of the JustUs Symposium series, and we are grateful for his leadership. Let me introduce to you and present to others Kevin Sowers. He is the second person in Johns Hopkins history to hold the dual roles of President of Johns Hopkins Health System and Executive Vice President of Johns Hopkins Medicine. He oversees the health system's 6 hospitals, including Johns Hopkins Hospital, Johns Hopkins Bayview, Howard County General, Suburban Hospital, and Sibley Memorial, and All Children's Hospital in Florida. He sets the strategy and advances our mission to deliver outstanding care and train the next generation of leaders to advance research and discovery. Kevin came to us from Duke University Health System, where he served for 32 years and the last 8 as president and CEO of the Duke University Hospital. He has received many awards and honors, as well as being a leader in many professional organizations. But more importantly, we're thankful and grateful for his leadership at Johns Hopkins. With that, I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Alicia, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you today. And I want to give a shout out to Alicia and the entire team for planning this series. You know, I'm very pleased to be with you to welcome you to this culminating episode of the JustUs Dialogues Road to Equity Symposium. I realize that this is the final segment of a 5-part series of panel discussions. They're aimed at understanding and improving social justice and the health of our communities of color while exploring policies, systems, and environmental strategies to activate reform, address racial inequities, and advance health equities. You know, I've spent most of my career over the last 36 years as a nurse, but a nurse and a leader in academic medicine. I have dedicated my life to advancing the health of our communities by focusing on our missions of excellence in patient care, advancing the science of medicine, and educating the next generation of providers to address challenges facing the health and wellness of our communities that we serve. I believe we are all connected. I believe we are all connected in many different ways. And I hope at some point in time, when the history books are written about this moment in time, it was about the culture change that occurred in this country and around the world. It's not about a time for policy change as we witnessed back during the first era of racism that was dealt with in this country. This is about a cultural change that deals with social injustice and deals with the systemic issues and structural issues of racism. On a personal note, because I told you professionally, on a personal note, I'm an openly gay male, and my partner and my husband is African American. So I understand conscious and unconscious bias in a very personal way. And what I witnessed on a personal level in this country is completely unacceptable. And so that's why I say we are all connected. It will take each and every one of us coming together to address these issues. Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Medicine are a part of a greater community, and we want to work together, side by side with our local, national, and global thought leaders to lead and advance critical conversations, meaningful strategies, and a call to action to help our nation move forward in a way that is thoughtful, inclusive, and constructive. I thank you for being here today, and I will hand it back over to Alicia.
Thank you, Kevin, for your leadership and for your remarks. And it has been an honor to be a part of your leadership team and also to have your leadership in this as well. Without further ado, I am so excited to introduce everyone to our keynote speaker, Dr. Andre Perry. Dr. Perry is a fellow in the Metropolitan Policy Program at Brookings, a scholar in residence at American University, and a columnist for the Heckinger Report. He's the author of the new book, Know Your Price, Valuing Black Lives and Property in American Cities, which is currently available wherever books are sold. He is also a nationally known and respected commentator on race, structural inequality, and education, and a regular contributor on MSNBC, and has been published by the New York Times, The Nation, The Washington Post, The Root, and CNN.com. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, Dr. Perry has documented the underlying causes for the outsized number of coronavirus deaths in the Black community, and is planning to map those inequalities in housing, income, and health to underscore how policy discrimination makes Black Americans more vulnerable to COVID-19. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Andre Perry.
Thank you, Alicia. Let me tell you, leadership matters. And when I first met Alicia, she saw me present, I think in Chicago, and she talked to me about the beauty of Baltimore, about the potential of Baltimore, the positive assets in Baltimore. And she said she needed for me to present to the Baltimore community and with Johns Hopkins. And I just want to say she's a woman of her word. She's a woman of strength, dignity, and I am so happy to have met her and to present to you today. I also want to send a shout out to Kevin. I love his frames. As you can see, we're twins in that regard. But I'm Andre Perry. I'm going to present to you on my work. I'm going to share my screen right now. I have a few slides, just a few, to keep you entertained during this presentation. So if you will, put my slides on the screen. Today I'm going to present to you about investment and how Black majority communities are worthy of that investment. A lot of what you will hear today you can find in my new book, Know Your Price, Valuing Black Lives and Property in America's Black Cities, available wherever fine books are sold. I work at the Brookings Institution, where I study Black majority cities. And as you can see here, there are approximately 1,200 all throughout the United States, including Baltimore, one of the largest Black majority cities. I also study Black majority neighborhoods. There's too many to count. I mean, to show on a map like this, but I wanted to get at the value that we assign to assets proximate to Black people. And so that's why I study Black majority populations, because there are lots of assets in these places. But the story I'm about to tell you starts here, 1320 Hill Avenue, Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania. It's a small Black majority municipality surrounded by Pittsburgh on three sides. It has about 16,000 people in it. And I grew up there and in that home, and that home is worth so much to me, but right now you could pick it up for just paying the taxes on it. It's owned by the city of Wilkinsburg. It's been abandoned for more than a decade, close to 2 decades now. And it's essentially worth zero. But for me, that can't be true because of the story behind it. That woman in the upper right-hand corner, her name is Elsie Boyd. I call her Mom. Mom used to tell me the story that when I was born, there was a deal made between my maternal grandmother and her that she would take me into 1320 Hill Avenue. Now, I do know that my mother was poor at the time. She was probably abused. The city was starting to decline in the 70s because U.S. Steel was pulling out of the city. So you had high unemployment. You started to see social decline. And my mom, because many families were struggling, including mine, she took in kids from all parts of the city. So you can see there were kids, white kids, black kids. Mom filled a breach when private industry and government could not or did not. And so, but one of the reasons why she had to take in kids, because many men fell victim to drugs. My father, pictured here, Floyd, he became a heroin addict. He was in and out of prison until he died in prison, or I should be clear, he was killed in prison a day before his 27th birthday. Young man, but he had issues with drugs. He bounced in and out of prison in Detroit. But I don't think I met him until I started writing my book, and I'll share a little story about that later. But for me, I wanted to understand how he lived. I wanted to go to the places in which he lived, and that's what I did for the research on my book. And it started by me examining home prices where he lived. As you can see on this chart, along the x-axis, that's the concentration of Black people within a particular zip code. And so, and on the y-axis, where is indicated at the top of the bars, you can see the price of homes in those neighborhoods. So in areas where the share of the Black population is less than 1%, the average median home price is about $340,000. Where the share of the Black population is 50% or higher, the price of homes is about half as much as those white areas. Now, a lot of people will say that, I know that, that's because of education, that's because of crime. Well, those are things that we can control for in a study. And that's what I did to get a sense of an apples to apples comparison between homes in Black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods. So we took that absolute price difference. We looked at structural characteristics. So we controlled for houses of the same size with the same number of rooms, so on and so forth. But then we controlled for the neighborhood characteristics. So education, crime, walkability, all those fancy Zillow metrics you hear about. And what we found pretty much astounds. Again, we're looking at apples to apples home in Black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods. Homes in Black neighborhoods are underpriced by 23%. On average, that's about $48,000 per home. Not because of education, not because of crime, but because of the color of the residents in those places. Accumulatively, that's about 156 billion in lost equity, 156 billion. Now, this is occurring all throughout the United States. Wherever you see a magenta circle, that's where housing devaluation occurs. Wherever you see a green circle, those are places in which homes in Black neighborhoods are actually priced higher than their white counterparts. Newark, Jersey, for instance, a 10% difference on about $48,000 per home. Now you can see from this list, some of the devaluation is insane. 81% difference in Lynchburg, 65% difference in Rochester, New York, 47% in Jacksonville. Nashville, for instance, though, is plus 10%. So homes are higher value there. Boston, plus 23. No, Boston is no less racist than Lynchburg, but the home prices are a lot higher. in Black neighborhoods. But I just want you to absorb this $156 billion. You know, we throw around billions like it's just a number, but it means something. It would have financed more than 4 million Black-owned businesses based on the average amount Blacks used to start up their firms. It would have paid for more than 8 million four-year degrees based on the average amount of a four-year public education. It would have replaced the pipes in Flint, Michigan nearly 3,000 times. It would have covered almost all of the damage of Hurricane Katrina, and it's double the annual economic burden of the opioid crisis. Now, the reason why I bring this up, connecting it to my father. Now, I am clear someone else killed him. But when I visited Detroit, when I wrote Know Your Price, I saw that many of the places he lived still has devalued housing, still has inequitable funding for education, still has a lack of resources to start businesses. Now, he may have died at the hands of another inmate, but I charge the devaluation as an accomplice of his death. There is no question if he was a white person living in a white neighborhood, he would have had better schools, better job opportunities. He would have, instead of having his drug use criminalized, he probably would have, and sent to jail, he probably would have ended up in some kind of drug treatment facility. This is a big number, and it's literally robbing Black people of an opportunity to climb social and economic ladders. People are doing everything they are asked to do to achieve the American dream, and racism is extracting wealth, disabling their life chances. This is why I say all the time, there's nothing wrong with Black people that ending racism can't solve. There is a white supremacist myth that states that the conditions and the Black neighborhoods and Black cities are a direct result of the people in them. We hear people talk about personal responsibility, talking about pulling your pants up and, you know, cutting your hair and all those different things. It is clear that belt-wearing strategies isn't getting people into Harvard. It's wealth. Wealth is a proxy from everything from health to education to marriage, to marriage attainment, to educational attainment. All this wealth predicts for this. And no, white people didn't get wealthy because they were more financially literate. You give somebody some wealth and they become financially literate. So we got to stop blaming Black folk for the conditions in Black cities. It has to stop. I want to show you the denial of racism in our communities, the denial of racism. I want you to listen to this clip. This is Representative Al Green. I presented to the Financial Services Committee in the House Financial Service Committee with the appraisal industry. Take a listen.
If you think Black people are being discriminated when their property is being appraised, would you kindly raise your hand? One person on the panel. If you think that, for fear that I'm not communicating well, if you think that Black people are not being discriminated against when their property is being appraised, if you think they're not being discriminated against, kindly raise your hand. Okay, hands now. We're getting some consternation, I see.
You know, this is almost ridiculous. Now, if there's one sector that clearly there's discrimination because it was legal to discriminate against Black people, it's housing. Now, what I think is the point here, people will say, and after this hearing, people told me, I've never broken a law. I've never done anything legally wrong. Well, if the law is broken, that does not let you off the hook from discriminating. My research shows that there's practices that have been normalized in our society. This is, and I want to be clear, this is somewhat a metaphor for what happens in housing, healthcare, education, infrastructure work, all these sectors. There is a drag of racism in the markets that we know it's there. It comes out of the wash in the research. It comes out of the wash, but our systems support it. Now, this is the very definition of structural inequality, institutional racism, that people don't have to act wrongly to get a racist result. You don't have to do anything but follow the rules, because the rules are tilted against Black people. I want to show you how this shows up in another sector, in business. So we know that Black people represent about 13% of the population, but only 2% of employer businesses, meaning businesses with at least one or two employees. The Black businesses, 1% of Black business owners obtained loans in their founding year, compared to 7% of white entrepreneurs. Black business owners are denied loans more than twice as often as their peers, largely, and that's, remember, largely because of housing devaluation. When you don't have equity, you're more likely to get denied. And when we do get loans, we get higher interest rates. About half of Black businesses survived the Great Recession, compared to 60% of white-owned firms. And that number is only going to get worse, because we know that 95% of Black businesses did not receive PPP loans when the CARES Act rolled out. I want to introduce you to Dorian Moorfield. He's the founder and chef of Grandma B's. It's a restaurant located in Pittsburgh's Hill District, it's a Black neighborhood. Grandma B's is a generally successful business. It gets great Yelp reviews, more than 4.5 stars out of 5 rating, which is very solid, very good, quality business. But the Hill District's changing. In 2010, it was about 100% Black. And now it's 80% Black. It's rapidly changing racial composition. And what Dorian tells me, the lights are getting fixed, the garbage is now getting picked up. A lot of different services that should have existed, particularly for a great business, is starting to happen now that as white people are moving in. But I wanted to get a sense of you hear this Black businesses aren't as good, Black businesses service is bad, all these different things. That's why you're not seeing the kind of investment in Black businesses in that data we showed earlier. That's the reason why Black businesses aren't getting, because of the quality. So we did another study. We looked at business revenue. We got that from Dun & Bradstreet, and it also provided the race of the owner, so we could get a race of the owner on that. Then we scraped Yelp data from all the businesses in the country to get a sense of quality, so we could get an apples to apples comparison between Black businesses and white businesses. We control for neighborhood conditions, so we control for education, essentially spending power in a neighborhood, because we wanted to get an apples to apples comparison between businesses and their social circumstances. And what we found, Black, brown, and Asian-owned businesses are rated just as high, if not higher. When you don't control for this kind of business, Black, brown, and Asian businesses are actually ranked higher than their white counterparts. But they get fewer stars and lower ratings as the concentration of Black businesses, or of the concentration of Black people in a neighborhood increases. Let me show you. So here you can see again, the concentration of Black people on the x-axis, the Yelp rating, and this time instead of housing prices on the y-axis. Black, brown, and Asian businesses consistently score higher than their white counterparts. But as Black people, the share of the Black population increases, the ratings decrease, and the number of ratings actually decrease. Highly rated businesses experience lower revenue growth as a result. And it's costing Black businesses, businesses in Black neighborhoods upwards of $4 billion annually. Again, a big number. Now, our elders used to have a saying in Black neighborhoods. They used to say, our ice is just as cold. They knew that when you bypass quality in the hood, you were essentially having high quality businesses compete with low quality businesses, throttling economic growth, throttling revenue growth, throttling profits. And ultimately that hurts the community, the Black community. But we know our ice is just as cold. You know, so much of my research it has the data run through the lived experience. You know, typically the framework is we're going to counter what Black people say. We don't care what they say. That's typically the case. But what my research constantly does, it actually backs up what we know, that our ice is just as cold. Our homes are valuable because we are valuable. So when folks say Black Lives Matter, this is a fact, but it is not recognized. Black people are devalued, and it comes out in the wash in the research. So how do you counter this phenomenon? You know, first, let's be clear, cut the check. You have to invest in people. You have to invest in homeowners, potential homeowners, and potential business owners and business owners. You know, I'll pivot to on the right-hand side. If you invest in place, meaning if you invest in brick and mortar and non-people, you eventually help raise the property values, and people can't keep pace. And it force displacement as a result. You invest in place and not people, you get gentrification. That's why we need to find vehicles to invest in people. Excuse me. We also need to remove, remove unnecessary barriers for entrepreneurship. Meaning, we don't need another program to build capacity. We need direct investment. And so that's what we need. We need to invest in people. And we need to create programs and incentives to have businesses start in Black neighborhoods. Again, if you don't incentivize people to stay in Black businesses, they will leave. And so that's what we need to do. You know, I'm going to go to my book, Know Your Price. There's a reason why I named the book Know Your Price. The title actually is derived from my favorite play in the world, Two Trains Running by August Wilson. Now, in the play, there's a character by the name of Memphis. Memphis has a restaurant. And in the play, he's about to have his property seized through eminent domain by the city of Pittsburgh. The city asks for $15,000 for the property. Memphis says, no, I'm not selling my property for $15,000. I know my price. I got my price. There's another character. His name is Hambone. Hambone makes a deal with a proprietor. He says, I'll paint a fence for you if you give me a ham. He paints the fence. He never gets his ham. Throughout the play, he says, give me my ham, give me my ham, give me my ham. Now, we don't know if he had mental illness before he painted the fence, but eventually he goes crazy and eventually he dies. Now, I know people are like, man, that's a sad ending. But there's actually a happy ending. The main character, Memphis, gets $35,000 for his efforts, $35,000 for constantly going to the city saying, I know my price, I know my price. And the moral of the story should be obvious. You got to know you have worth and you need to act on it. What my book, Know Your Price, tries to do is give people a price to stand on. You know, we are in this struggle together. And we're going to face people who don't believe that there's discrimination in this world. They don't believe racism exists. They believe that it's our fault. And I'm here to tell you, we must demand our price, even if it means going crazy and dying. That is the reality. A lot of us will have that happy ending. Some of us won't. But nonetheless, we have got to fight for what we deserve. I'm going to close there and drink a big gulp of water. And I'm assuming we're going to have questions at this point and a discussion. So thank you, Alicia, for your wonderful, wonderful hospitality.
You are so welcome. Take that big gulp of water, Andre. We have so many questions coming in for you through all of our social media channels. People can also text those questions into 22333 and type JHMI in the question box. Let me give you the first question, Andre. Someone's asked, what can be done to change the valuation issue that you raised with respect to your grandmother's house in real estate?
You know, right now, the appraisal industry is getting a lot of attention. Some of you saw a New York Times article in which there was a white wife and a black wife and a white husband who got an appraisal and it came in low, and they decided they sensed there was some discrimination going on. They scrubbed all the blackness out of the house. They changed the books, they changed the artwork, and they get $120,000 or something around that, more than $100,000. An additional money on the appraisal once that happened. Now, that should not happen. That can't happen. And so in that hearing, a lot of the folks who were there have now decided to work with me to say, hey, something is going on, because the evidence is clear. But it's not just the appraisal industry. We need to sniff out what's going on in lending, not to get too in the weeds, because I know this is an audience, a broader audience, but Dodd-Frank created this arm's length relationship between lenders and appraisals. And when it comes to Black communities, it really does seem like they're not talking at all. Where in white communities, there is some kind of conversation so they can land on the proper price, right? So for me, there are concrete things around pricing that we can do, but and we're doing that. I'm actually be on the lookout. I'm working with Ashoka, the Ashoka organization. We're going to have $1 million challenge competition, where we're going to give away $1 million of prize money for individuals who are working on this devaluation piece, because we want to fund people who are proximate to the problem. And if you have solution, it might be a new mortgage product. You might see that there's homes in your neighborhood that are priced too low for a bank to back, that then we create a new mortgage product so low income residents can actually buy those homes. It might be new credit scoring systems that we develop, but we're going to incentivize people who have great ideas.
Let me ask you this question, Andre, following up on that. Are we training our leaders, our next set of leaders, whether it be in high school, but poignantly our colleges, our universities, our business schools, to explain the concepts you just talked about, to assist them in how, when they assume their seats of power and their platforms, they're changing policy and asking the questions that elicit the responses and that you just talked about? Is that at any level?
No, I do think it is occurring. If you get a chance, Planet Money, this yesterday actually did a podcast on me. It was on NPR, I think, yesterday. And you can actually check out the podcast, and they talk about my work setting a new paradigm for economics, explaining what devaluation means in different sectors. So in my book, I talk about devaluation in healthcare. Remember, Black women are devalued in that system. I talk about devaluation in politics. Black women are devalued in that area. There are lots of different areas. And so for me, this is a new concept that we do need to teach in universities and in think tanks and universities. Let's be clear. Many of our professors and think tank leaders still operate under a paradigm of racial disparity. They constantly produce data that shows white people here, Black people here, and in order for there to be justice, it requires getting parity with white folks. Parity with white folks aren't going to bring justice. We need systems that work for everyone. And we need to break that deficit frame, because this is what happens when it comes to investment. When you paint Black people as deficits, you also frame them as problems needing to be fixed. Where then does investment go? It goes to essentially to people to fix Black people, right? Education is littered with white saviors for that reason. And so we need to stop this disparity framing and start looking at the devaluation, because there's assets in the hood that are valuable. Again, our ice is just as cold. There's nothing wrong with us. We need to just say that together. There's nothing wrong with Black people that ending racism can't solve. Say it with me, everybody, because we've internalized that there's something wrong with us. And the data just doesn't bear that out. So for me, we do need to go get Know Your Price now. Send it to your professors. Say, hey, why don't you teach this book instead of this other one? But I'm being serious there. But the point is, we do need to infuse a new set of books, new frames in our training, because we keep recycling the racial disparity as well as the white supremacist myths that is inherent in our previous work.
So someone commented on Facebook, and I want to see what your comment would be to this. They said, we either invest on the front end or pay for it tremendously on the back end. Can you talk to that?
Nothing grows without investment. I said this in the podcast I referenced to, that there's a Vietnamese philosopher that says, when you look at a head of lettuce and it's not growing, you don't blame the lettuce. You look to see if the soil's right. You look to see if it's getting sunlight. You look to see if rainwater's hitting it. You don't blame the lettuce. But when it comes to Black folk, guess what we do? We blame the lettuce all day long. In education, we blame Black teachers. And when it comes to criminal justice, we blame Black people. I mean, it's like when it comes to healthcare, you hear this, oh, if they would just exercise more, stop smoking, stop drinking, they wouldn't get COVID. Come on. The pre-existing condition of racism is the problem. These racist policies are the problem. And that comes from, and that leads to a lack of investment. Nothing grows without investment. If you're talking about lettuce or if you're talking about someone's health. If you don't see it growing, you look for those conditions. You don't blame the lettuce.
It goes into, and we have a number of young people watching, Andre. So I know you love young people, so I want you to speak to them when they ask this question.
Dre loves the kids.
I'm bringing up the kids, and you can tell this is moving their hearts. They said, you mentioned knowing your worth. I would actually feel for this person when they say this. If the system always treats us as less, how will I ever learn my worth?
There is a learning in fighting a system. I think it is exhausting. It is tiring. But I'm here because I learned to fight a system.
Yeah.
I learned the ins and outs of systems, fighting it. And I'm surviving. Yes, there are a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain. A lot of people don't survive it. But I'm here to tell you the wisdom, the strength, find the financial security. I mean, there are a lot of benefits of learning how to get out of a system, to beat a system, to deconstruct a system. So I would say keep fighting. But I will say get organized and mobilized. Join something. When you are feeling tired, get with other people who are working on that same issue. You are not alone. I never talked about my dad before really writing this book to this extent. I never did. And it really wasn't, a few years back, a high schooler said to me, I was talking about, going to school or something like that, staying in school. And they said, what do you know? You probably had a silver spoon in your mouth and all this other stuff. And I said, I have the same story as you. I have the same story as somebody in Baltimore and St. Louis and Ferguson, Wilkinsburg. I'm that kid. I was given a few opportunities. I got lucky, but I've been fighting systems. That's my climb. I've learned I don't have to play a game that's built against me, that's stacked against me.
Yeah.
And so keep striving, keep pushing, and victory will come.
Let me ask you this. I know this is someone from one of our Black institutions, and they said, what role do our Black financial institutions and credit unions play in helping to create a better balance?
Oh man, they're absolutely critical. When you look at the Black business owners who actually do get loans, a high percent of them get them from Black led CDFIs or Black owned banks. The issue is that we need to build capacity of those because those are high touch, low volume institutions for the most part. So we need to make sure that they can reach a bigger number of people. Unfortunately, because of CARES Act, they enrich mainstream banks and not smaller banks. So we're working to help fix that issue. But they're absolutely powerful. They're anchors for many, and we need more of them. And we need to give greater capacity so they can serve more. Again, representation matters. And when you have bankers and lenders who see the value in our Black neighborhoods, our homes, our businesses, they're more likely to lend to those things.
Let me ask you this. Someone asked, is it realistic to think that we could create Black Wall Streets in this day and age as they existed pre-desegregation?
Yeah, but it's a much different day and the age of Amazon, so, but we always need consumer-facing businesses. Remember, barbershops are still there. We poo-hoo barbershops all the time. We say, oh, those aren't at the scale and this and that, but they're still there. They're still thriving. So we need sort of consumer or neighborhood-facing businesses, but we also need high growth industries that are founded in along Black commercial corridors. And I'm starting to do that work. I have a chapter in my book called Buy Back the Block. Nipsey Hussle, others. I'm working with a lot of different people around the country. Nipsey, he has passed, but he was among a cohort of folks doing just that. Now, you're right. Eventually, we do need customers from outside the neighborhood. We need investment from outside the neighborhood. But we should have places that affirm us, that when we go to it, we see ourselves. We can buy our products. We we can, and those benefits bleed into the communities neighboring by. So we should be aiming for that, but it's a different type of game now. We do need to invest in high growth industries, tech. And so when we are looking to incubate places, we need to find ways to incubate those high growth industries.
Next question came up, and I think people are seeing how you talked about your journey and your system, the fact that you've been battling systems. They want to know, was there a mentor, an advocate, a sponsor that took an interest in your success? Can you talk about that?
Ooh, yeah. When you are troubled as me, I am a handful. So
I know. Just in this.
I'm a handful. So of course, professors, there's a few. I'll just name Sharon Fries-Britt. She's a professor at University of Maryland, College Park. I got my PhD there. She took me in spite of me. I've always, what's interesting, the same way mom took me in as a child, I've had professionals take me in, to say, hey, I'm gonna show you. The whitest white man you ever wanted to meet, Kenneth Strike, philosopher. He's one of the top he was one of the top philosophers in the country. He retired. As Anglo as you want to get, but he taught me how to ask the right questions. He's a great philosopher. Took me in. I will say that I've been blessed to have a number of mentors. Freeman Rabowski of UMBC, University of Maryland.
Oh, my mentor. Yeah, Freeman is truth.
He taught me, excellence at every level.
Yes.
So I know we're closing. I do want to thank all those folks who helped me along the way. This is the fruit of their labor, me helping others. And I am charged to do the same.
No, we are grateful to you, Andre. You are doing powerful work in this world, and we're grateful for you in this time. So just thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, Johns Hopkins. Keep getting it.
All right. Don't worry if you hear that sound. My house is not on fire, but let me close us out. We just had an amazing opportunity to hear from Dr. Andre Perry. I think there are two quotes that I will never forget from his remarks. One, our ice is just as cold. And two, that there is nothing wrong with Black people that solving racism can't solve. And so those two remarks, we're just grateful for him, for his leadership in our country, and thankful for him for being our keynote for today's symposium. Let me again thank our sponsors, Johns Hopkins University, Johns Hopkins Health System, Johns Hopkins Medicine, as well as the Urban Health Institute, and a huge thank you to the National Association of Health Services Executives. Let me close by saying a couple of things. One, this symposium was not an exercise. It was not an academic undertaking. It was something to move us as an institution and more importantly, as a community. And so the things and the dialogues that we have are not being just recorded on Facebook and put on YouTube. They allow for us to reflect as an institution on who we are and what we're going to become. And you will be seeing things from us. And I think you already have started to see how we are just letting our words match our actions around being with the community and of the community. So thank you for tuning in. I would be remiss if I did not lift up 5 amazing women who have made this all possible. Audrey Johnson, Vanya Jones, Marissa McKeever, Antonia Daniels, Elizabeth Hapey, and Jackie Bryan. They are really the architects and the heartbeat of this Just Us Dialogue series, and it could not have happened without them. Grateful for our leaders like Lisa Cooper, Kevin Sowers, and Ron Daniels. But I had to lift up those women who are just amazing leaders within our institution, and grateful for their hard work in putting this all on. Thank you for attending this JustUs Dialogue series. Please continue to dialogue with us on our many different social channels at JH Connects on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. And also email us your feedback. We welcome it at jhconnects@jhu.edu. With that, I just want to say thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.